the commander who commands men and leads, as my colleague have said, from the front of each battle. He never waited for anybody or to inform, as the case may be. Not as a mark of disrespect, not at all, but just for honor of service, that he has been given this appointment here and approved by the authorities. So whatever happens within the territory of Nigeria bit that he controlled, he had to make sure that solution, military solution, came to bear. So every insurgent at the time that infiltrated our borders, that northeast area, he faced them squarely, militarily, with his troops, did a lot of extermination, and then warded them off, beyond the borders of Nigeria, though infiltrating, as the case may be, to the other nations, which sparked a little bit of a row, but was controlled because of the, his mind, his commitment, the integrity of his mind to ensure that the insecurity that was brewing at the time was controlled and curtailed. So that's the kind of person he was, a military officer that will leave no stone unturned when it comes to practically dealing with security issues. On the list of his achievements that I have in the area of security, he had about the security theaters, that we had. He established through the military authorities, various theater of commands, Operation Hardin Carry, or the Lafia Dole, and all this. They did what they could, at the time. But it's so unfortunate that there will be always those naysayers, people in any and every society organization that will not believe in what the top management, believes in and are doing. Quite unfortunate. No situation is perfect. No human being is perfect. Only Almighty Creator that is perfect. Your own is to come to the stage of life and perform that duty that you have to. Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, both in military and in the democratic era, did what he could. And Nigeria, we are learning from it.
Talking about the younger minds, you, of course, benefited, or at least were called to serve under him as a young 32-year-old, administrator. And, of course, in spite of the fact that he took reins of leadership at about 72, talking about his return as a democratically elected president at about, a little over 72 years of age. And he was still very passionate about, interacting with the young ones. And it was under his administration that the Not Too Young to Run bill was passed and giving the push that it enjoys today.
Yes, for him, he was a young man too when he ascended, the helms of affairs in this country. He was in his 30s when he was governor, minister, and I think he was 42 when he became head of state, the first time military head of state. And you could also tell that there was a bit of difference. And he also said it, he was always joking with it, that when he was a military head of state, he was younger, and then he had all the powers of, the military without checks from, National Assembly, the courts, and the likes. So it was faster for him to implement because he had beautiful policies and he had that vision and, all of this war against indiscipline, which was good for the country. So that goes to show that as a young man under the military then, he had the energy, he had the zeal. He knew what the country needed. He wanted to change the orientation. He wanted us to be disciplined citizens, and also being young and being at the helms of affairs and having your head in the right place is a plus. But then when he came back, as like you said, a 72-year-old, he would always joke that he's older now and he didn't have that paraphernalia of the military to take quick decisions and act on them. Now he had to, like you called him, a convert, the democratic convert. He had to learn the ropes. Yes, he wanted to abide by the rules because he didn't want that toga of. He still had that military mentality. That's why you see he would run for election and go all the way to the Supreme Court 3 times before he eventually won. And then he would allow, he was a respecter of institutions. He would allow institutions, that had the mandate to do whatever they were supposed to do, to carry on their mandate. He would allow the courts. He submitted to the courts. He would always tell you that, I also ran for this thing. I went all the way to the Supreme Court 3 times. He would not interfere in party affairs, obviously because he respected the party and he knew the party would. And he would allow a free and fair election, and all of that. So he knew the value of having young people in power because he himself ascended the hems of affairs when he was young. So that's why because knowing that value, he put a lot of us, gave us the opportunity, to serve as well and also build our experience administratively in public service, from there. And I think it really helped a lot because he didn't just give us and then try to over micromanage us. He allowed us to flourish. He allowed us to bring our ideas to bear, innovations, whatever we felt, could help, would always refer back to him and we'll get approvals.
All right. Festus was mentioning something about body language, and I want Dr. Kolede to, respond to this. It's a straight-backed military stance, an uncompromising gaze, and perhaps even some of his one-liners. Did it intimidate, the thoroughbred politicians that perhaps did not find a soft landing in compromises and, colorful words?
It will only intimidate those who do not want things to be done the right way. But those politicians who are actually, of integrous, character, they will appreciate him. Those who are true nation builders, those who have their gaze on how to move Nigeria forward, will, and actually did learn from, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR's upstanding, upright stature as a leader. The gains are there to learn from him, and a lot of people did. I told you my personal experience in my little estates. I'm happy today, as a man appreciated by a mature daughter and my children, to say, thank you, sir, for the discipline you instilled in us. When my children were younger, I'd like to say, they gave me a nickname. The nickname was Headmaster. Why? Because I will not take nonsense. Not at all. I will put them right, verbally. And when they do things that are untoward, I will not spare them.
Let me stay with you very briefly. Mm-hmm. I saw some write-ups in the international media. They said Nigeria's former aloof leader. Is it because of his, distinct body language that perhaps he didn't give you, an opportunity to come too close if he didn't feel that your position was in the best interest of his country?
Well, that is what they thought, who they thought he was. The aloof they were referring to would be that night and day don't join together. They don't exist together. There's always a clear night and a clear day. Evil and goodness don't mix together. Lies and honesty don't mix together. So if you're referring to somebody who has integrity personified, and you're calling that person an aloof leader, it means you don't want and do not possess, that good quality in terms of character.
All right, but talking about character, one man with a lot of good character, the people returned him as a councillor, returned him as a member of the State Assembly, returned him as member of the House of Representatives and made him senator. Eventually became the liaison to the National Assembly under President Buhari's administration. Senator Itainan is joining us from Uyo. I can see banana and all these things behind you. Perhaps you bring some of them when you are returning to Abuja. Senator, nice to see you. Please unmute your audio, Senator, if you can. Then please go ahead and make your contribution. All right, Senator, we'll come back to you. We are still trying to get your audio. and I like that you're guarding. I will come back to you very shortly as we are taking the, the live shots from the airport there, the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport. And of course, once the tributes are ready, the report on the tributes, we will bring that to you as well. Where we can see so many flights coming into this airport. I'm not sure they've had this number of flights in one day since that airport has been established. The watchtower, people at the watchtower will be working overtime today because we have international flights and local flights hovering over Katsina as we speak, just for this state burial. And of course, the main one will soon be coming on, talking about the Nigerian Air Force. That is the one conveying President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the chief mourner today, to, of course, begin the military proceedings because, of course, he was a former commander-in-chief as well, of course, a soldier of distinction as well, talking about late President Muhammadu Buhari. You were talking about, perception, both locally and internationally. I go to the pressman in our, midst as well in terms of some of those foreign trips. How was he received? Because he attended several, international events. How was he seen? Of course, it looked as if he towered above many of his peers because of his sheer height. Where no matter where you put him in any picture, in any photographic session, he is likely to stand out somehow because of his natural military gait and bearing. But beyond that, how was the perception like in terms of his interaction with his peers and international community?
Thank you very much. No matter how the world, when I say the world now, we feed on messages and information from the social media. But no matter how Nigeria is portrayed outside, whenever they see Nigerians, they still bow to Nigerians, as it were. I remember we were in Lome together, and it was a funny thing. We were deciding who was going to be African Union, something. And he came there the first day, received head of states, and there is a way he stands very tall when he extends his hand to you for handshake. So somehow, I wouldn't want to use the word he looks down on you. And if you are looking up to somebody, either you like it or not, somehow you respect him, and he will be very formal, and people respect him. And one of those days, he came the next day, they were having this meeting, and less than 10, 20 minutes, we saw him coming because most head of state and head of government were in that venue upstairs. So he was going to his room, and as journalists will naturally nose around. And he was talking to someone, I think Malam Garba Shehu in Hausa, and we just nosed around. Why is the president leaving? And so somebody told us that what he was telling him now is that if they are discussing something new, call me. Right now, whatever they discussed yesterday is still what they are repeating now, and it's as if they are not ready for something new yet. So he went away. And after some time, he came back. I think when he came back, less than 20 minutes, they decided who was going to be their chairman. And fortunately for him, they made him the chairman. So when in London, when we had the African Economic Summit in London in 2020, just before the COVID, you could see how the Prime Minister then, Boris Johnson, was referring to him, telling him about we should beware of China or whatever China is bringing, where London is, we have been partners for a long time, British colonizing Nigeria and some other things. So he was well respected, and whenever he has to speak representing Nigeria, he would make sure that he tells you that what you see on the social media is not who we are. This is who we are, and this is what we do, and this is what we believe. So I can give it to, I can tell people naturally that he was respected, and whatever he did when he came before the coup in 1985 that removed him from office, that record is still there. So people still relate with him, having it in mind that this was the no-nonsense man that was in charge of Nigeria at a particular time. And all through his life, you will know that he's a no-nonsense man, and he was very, very meticulous in whatever he was doing, and you could see that. So we were respected in every part of the world But let's not also forget that you also have those that we have narratives about what is not, what is not. We are here now, we are discussing the life and times of President Buhari. Somebody might just be looking at your wristwatch, and the only thing he can take out of this place is, why is Fisayo's wristwatch like this? And that is what he will concentrate on. With the help of the social media, he will promote it, and everybody will forget all the discussions, beautiful things that we have said here, and they will be looking at the wristwatch and wristwatch alone. So not minding what people have said in different places concerning Nigeria and our image, Buhari was respected. While he was presiding over the country, Nigeria was also respected with some of the bilateral agreements and other things that we have. So I can say that he did his best as far as laundering our image internationally is concerned.
All right, talking about the international community, world leaders have been paying glowing tributes to former President Muhammadu Buhari, who died in London at the age of 82. Charles Alpha compiled some of the outpouring condolences from within and outside Africa.
Sierra Leone's president and current chairman of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Julius Maada Bio, in a statement on X, paid his tribute, saying, "On behalf of the people of the Republic of Sierra Leone, I want to express our heartfelt condolences to the family of the late President Muhammadu Buhari, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the people of Nigeria during this incredibly difficult time." For President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, former Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari's leadership brought the two nations closer together. He said, "As South Africa, we stand with the nation of Nigeria in your mourning," saying he led Nigeria as a patriotic and championed not only the best attributes of his nation during his leadership, but of the future that awaited his great country. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed expressed his condolences over the death of former Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari. He said, "On behalf of the government of people of Ethiopia, I extend sincere condolences to the family of former President Muhammadu Buhari and the people and government of Nigeria. Our thoughts are with you during this time of mourning." President Samia Suluhu of Tanzania said she is deeply saddened to learn of the passing of the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She said, "On behalf of the government and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania, I convey our heartfelt condolences." She honored Buhari's dedication to peace and development across Africa. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed deep sorrow over the death of former Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari. He recalls their legacy of friendship and diplomacy, describing him as a statesman whose legacy of diplomacy and commitment to bilateral ties will be fondly remembered. The government of the People's Republic of China, in a statement on X, said, "Our deepest condolences to the people of Nigeria on the passing of Muhammadu Buhari, former president of Nigeria." The statement says, "We mourn a resolute leader whose unwavering dedication to Nigeria's unity and enduring legacy." The U.S. also extends its sympathies to the Nigerian leader while acknowledging Buhari's contributions to the nation's democratic development. The American embassy in Nigeria described the former president as a leader defined by service and discipline. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
All right, you're still watching the live transmission of activities to mark the passing away of former President Muhammadu Buhari, and we will be, back in Katsina shortly. Hopefully, we'll get to speak with some of our correspondents while the guard of honor is waiting also, as you can see them on the tarmac there, expecting the arrival of the president, and then thereafter, of course, the remains of the departed former president as well. Earlier we had Comrade Isa Aremu, and now we have Senator Etainan, but once he is ready, we will try and join him if he has, been able to work on his audio from Akwa Ibom, because he worked quite closely with the president as a liaison with the National Assembly, and then we will get him on as well. But in the studio, we still have Dr. Sanusi Mohammed Uhiare, former Executive Director, Rural Electrification Agency, actually Rural Electrification Fund, under the Rural Education Agency, was the youngest appointee under the PMB administration. And we have Dr. Korede Martins, development expert, who's been with us since morning. I want to consider you an honorary member of the NTA today. You have been quite here. You have been here and been, contributing. And of course, Festus Fifen has been here and is the regional news editor of Ben Television. Has worked closely with 3 presidents now, if we're counting the current one as well, and can talk quite authoritatively about different presidencies and the unique attributes of the helmsmen at the time they were in office. So, gentlemen, it's been a day of sober reflection. We will not be here for, forever. What we do and what we leave behind is what is important, and perhaps that is epitomized in the outpouring of affection and deep regret for some who have worked closely with President Muhammadu Buhari. For some who've also watched him from afar, there's a kind of respect for his legacies as well. You were talking about his international stature. That was why we brought in those materials concerning, other presidents expressing their condolences to Nigeria. But moving forward, in terms of administration, we've seen different things. In terms of how he was ushered in by Nigerians in 2015, the general outpouring of confidence, and the fact that he did an unprecedented thing, being able to, defeat an incumbent, which is unprecedented in Nigeria's history. That perhaps, brought a lot of expectations for that government, which you were a part of. Yes. Do you think, that first time, there was a little bit of an inertia? Perhaps he didn't expect to see what he saw on ground, because it took a while before ministers came in. I remember that was a hot topic in the press at the time. He had to look at what was happening in different sectors, and it took his time. Yeah. Do you think, in your experience since you were part of the administration, did we lose momentum a little bit? Perhaps if you had maybe just come in strong and may change a lot of things. Some commentators thought that little time he needed to take to see what was happening. Some people also used that to, enter into some of the cracks.
I think we knew that the situation was dire back then, because I was part of the campaigns and all of that. That was what led to this massive coalition, and then led to the success. I remember during one of the campaigns, I think this was relayed by the former Vice President, Professor Osibanjo, that he was with the president and, went for one of the campaigns in one of the northern states. I think it was Kano. You needed to see the momentum, the crowd, young faces, old people. Everybody they were in a bus, just, driving through. And I think the president just became overwhelmed. At that point, he realized that there was a lot of work to do, and he couldn't afford, to fail Nigerians. So coming to your question, I feel it's born out of that fact that he needed to get it right. He needed to assemble the right, team that would help him, not just people that had the technical know-how, but people that also had character, people that would not betray him or betray the trust, which, trust, we bandy that word around now, but it's actually very scarce when you look at it in the true sense of it, So although it wasn't good for governance, because as far as I was concerned, back then we needed to move as
hit the ground
running, like, you know, whatever he needed to deliver was supposed to be done like years back. Well, that was his style, and I think the country also learned from that. And now I think they've come with a law that within 30 days, is it 2 months or so, 60 days, that you need to now constitute your cabinet. So we learn every day as a country, and we make progress with every administration. You know, whatever it is, there was a lapse, we would try to correct it. But then the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, at least was able to constitute half of his cabinet before that time, and then he was also able to complete it. So I feel the president was overwhelmed because of the sheer scale of the challenge at that time, and what needed to be done. But gradually, and don't forget that it was shortly after that he had some health challenges as well. He needed to go away for a while and all of that. So he was grappling with, the overwhelming nature of the job and so many things that needed to be sorted at the same time, competing needs of various sectors, and also, his health. But then you mentioned something earlier when you were starting. You said something about, we are not going to be here forever. Everybody needs to play their role and all. And, as people of faith, either as Muslim or Christian or even traditional religion, there is something that everybody believes in. The fact that there is a life after death, and the fact that we would all account, for our actions and inactions at the level of just being a human being that has been sent to worship God, or specifically as a leader. So as a Muslim, I'm taught, my religion teaches me that as a leader, you have several more questions to answer, in accounting for your stewardship and for your time in this world than ordinary citizens. You'll be asked why you allowed somebody that was under your care to go hungry, for instance. So it's leadership in Islam is something that is very, very critical. A lot of people even run away from it because of, the gravity of what you carry and your accountability on, the day of judgment. And I think there was something about Buhari, although he doesn't put it out there, but he was a deeply religious man. From his character alone, you know that this was somebody that was looking at something higher than this world. He didn't really care much about materialism or worldly things, because he believed in a higher calling, which for me, he strove, more to achieve. For him, that was his goal, as opposed to what people, cherish in this world and look at as, something, to value. He didn't really value. Do you think it
was a little bit naive of him to put the stock he had in his own character in others, expecting them to see Nigeria as he saw Nigeria, for instance?
But honest people are always like that. Honest people always believe that other people are honest. That's just, you can call it naive, but you can only reflect what you have on others. You would not think of somebody trying to gain, because you are not like that. He is not. He's an honest man. He's someone that has integrity. So he will give you that benefit of doubt. So if he's giving you an opportunity, of course, if you've not had any previous record of, you're corrupt or this or that, of course, he'll give you a benefit of doubt, because honest people always think good of others and imagine that others are like that.
All right, Doctor, I will still pose the same question to you. That initial almost a year where, he had to contemplate what to really do in each sector and delay a little bit in naming his ministers, was that deliberate, or would it be on the account of some administrative inertia?
It will be, I strongly believe that it was deliberate. But before we get to that, we must give kudos to the leaders, the political leaders, the progressives that came together and supported him to emerge and become Nigeria's president democratically. We must appreciate the president at the time, who was his predecessor, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Azikiwe Jonathan, DCFR, who by every declaration that he made ensured that the transition from His government to that of Muhammadu Buhari was peaceful. And the statement he made that has given him a lot of accolade, the world over, that is ambition. Does not
worth anybody's
blood,
yeah.
as the case may be. It stands positively for Goodluck Jonathan, GCFR. Now, come back to Muhammadu Buhari, Excellency, now new president. He was a thorough man. He was a man that takes his time to do things. He will not just rush into doing anything. Yes, you can say those, as my brother rightly said, there's something we call, we talk about people that has integrity. We say positive gullibility. One can be positively gullible. And chances are that people who have, ulterior motives tend to want to take advantage, of that situation. But his persona of integrity, his persona of discipline, it was reported that quite a number of people willingly, were returning monies to the coffers of Nigeria before, without being asked in the first few months of his administration. It took his time. And later, as my brother said, he had health challenges. They will not fall ill. Anybody can fall ill. And when you have that kind of a health challenge at the level to which he had it, it's quite unfortunate that you may not be 100%. You may not have the 100% capability to monitor everything, all the projects and programs that you want to, execute. So again, the people who had ulterior motives that he trusted and trusted, will come in and then have a kill, of the national cake, as the case may be. They may be banding around today as another coalition. That's their problem. But we know what happened in this country. And we are willing, able, capable, ready. Because Muhammadu Buhari will give it to him, a man of integrity, a frugal man, a thorough administrator who had been tested and trusted, who delivered on his promises to Nigerians. But we are not, taking our eyes away from the fact that there were people who had ulterior motives, and they tried as much as possible in the bid to attempt to enrich themselves, made a lot of intentional errors, as the case may be. And that is a concern of people. Now, there's another aspect of his presence. Things he said, and people would take in the negative. For example, it is not on record of his statements that he said Nigerian youths are lazy. It's a statement saying we have over 60% of under 30-year-olds in Nigeria. And one would expect that nobody should wait to be given housing free of charge. Nobody should wait to be fed free of charge. Everybody must work for whatever it is, they earn. And that is integrity. It's a principle of integrity. It's a principle that brings about productivity. But again, the naysayers, incurable pessimists, took it as saying that Mr. President said Nigerian youths are lazy. Muhammadu Buhari never said that. In the right words, Nigerian youths are lazy. He never said that. So, but anybody has a right to, think in any way what he feels, he should, what he feels a statement really means to him, or her. But the truth of the matter is that a leader that has integrity about him, will always expect that every human being within the nation state at his feet will actually be productive, so that you can, enjoy the gains of productivity.
All right, Festus Fifen, you've been seeing, the activities right there at the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina. Just a little bit earlier, we saw the different service chiefs arrive the venue. So that means that we're getting closer to the business of the day. And of course, because of the person being buried today is a former commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic as well. And you can see the military and all the different services well represented there on the tarmac, getting ready also for the parade. You can see right there the guard of honor, all waiting for the arrival of the president. Also, a bit earlier, we also saw the arrival of the wife of the president, the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, in black, coming in, also arriving the venue. And a delegation from our neighbors in Niger already touched ground, welcomed by the governor of Katsina State there to be part of the proceedings. We're expecting some other leaders from different parts of the continent, as well as the nation bids farewell to former President Muhammadu Buhari. First of all, Stephen, you know, we've seen heads of state, come and go. There's something unique about President Muhammadu Buhari. He brought almost over 10 million votes to every election that he participated in. That is quite a phenomenon in terms of following politics. That's a huge number, especially when you look at what happened in the last election, and in terms of the margin of votes and all that. What really influenced that following, that dogged following that he had, even when he lost elections?
Thank you very much. There were situations where, when we traveled with the president, in 2019, I was in Port Harcourt, and I lost my microphone there because whenever the president appears, everywhere will just be electrified in such a way that you will not even understand what is happening. That points us to one thing. No matter how we feel Nigeria is rotting, or some people use the word rotting, which I don't believe, we all believe that discipline can make a difference. We all believe that being upright can make a difference. We all believe that there is so much that is expected of us for us to get the kind of Nigeria that we want. So what we saw, or what we see every time we go out with him, is that Nigerians are tired of this current Nigeria. They are aware that some people that have been placed in position of leadership are not doing what they are supposed to do. So whenever they see the man that was able to whip Nigeria in order, they just say, okay, this man will be able to do this for us. So when you see them, I was in Kano, and you see people fainting, just saying, say Baba. And when he just bring out his hand and just wave them, we say, oh, what we used to see in those days with Michael Jackson, Michael, I love you, things like that were happening. So it goes to tell you that we are tired of where we are. People are still looking for that man, that woman, that individual that will be able to, we believe we have so much resources, we have so much money, and we have people, we also have goodwill. Good people these days are hiding because whenever they come, their life is somehow rubbished in the public sphere. But Buhari was somebody that didn't have a godfather. Didn't have anybody that you can say, okay, if this one goes to talk to him, for example, in that superior thing, he will bend. So people looked forward to having someone like him lead. So that followership, no matter how he lost, people still believe. I have a colleague, my elder brother, Austin Elimwe. Austin Elimwe will tell you, that was where you saw that quote, that even if he should bring NEPA bill, that we will still vote for him. That quote was there at a particular time where some people just believe that anything is not good except Buhari. So somebody said at the time where we're having a political discourse like we normally do as journalists, say, as far as Buhari is in the ballot, it will be difficult for any other northerner to come and win election, because people believe that Buhari is that man that will bring the Nigeria that we are supposed to see. Like my brother said, I don't want to use the word unfortunately, because he did not actually leave the country where he met it. No matter how some people might have, like I told you earlier, that people had expectations. They felt, oh, this man is the man that can change us. Let him do it now. But we did not realize that we did not get here now. The rot is a system. Let me give you this shocking example. A few years ago, I was in a vehicle from Abuja to Ibadan. And there were these two women that were speaking. They were having a conversation behind. They were at the back seat. And one of the women, I was shocked. One of the women said, everybody's husband is going there with one political appointment or the other. They are making money. They are stealing money. Their family is living large. They are all doing well. Now, it is the turn of my husband to get there. And you are telling me that my husband will not steal money, that I will not drive the kind of cars that people are driving. I will poison him if he does not steal money. I'm not telling you, Tess Bamu, like I was in the same vehicle with these people, speaking just behind me. So our value system, where people see that, there was an article I wrote some time ago, we make criminals out of our leaders. Whenever you get appointment as Fisa, now just become a governor, you will see the kind of invitations you will get. So somebody will even have the guts to tell you, I want to marry the fourth wife. Come and give me money to marry the fourth wife. And you that is Fisa, you have one wife. The person believes that now you are in government, should be able to give them money. So Nigerians know that these things are not right. So seeing somebody that they can queue behind to give us that new Nigeria is the reason you are having that between 10 to 12 million votes anytime it comes to contest. But because people believe that since this man does not want any affluence, he's not looking for anything for himself, he is somebody that will believe that will be able to take us from where we are to where we want to be. That's where that followership is coming from. And in the press call, we were referring to it as occultic followership because you can't control it. Everywhere will be in order. Immediately say Baba comes out and everybody will say, some just wants to touch him. Some just want to say, okay, let us do this with you. We believe in you. So he was somebody that Nigeria has so much expectation. Some of his lieutenants did not do too well because the value system also made it very difficult for them to do so well. So if we must get this country right, we must start from the grassroots, have this leadership recruitment process that is deliberate, not because you want to go there and get your own, but because you feel Nigeria should be better. And in my place, they say one rich man in the family is a poor man, because by the time anything happens, you will go back to square zero. So one upright man in a society that is full of people that have character challenge, as it were, will not take us from where we are to where we want to be.
You know, as a governor, I will not approve for a fourth wife. Anyway,
wait until you become a governor.
We'll move on, on that. But, let me get quickly to Dr. Korede Martins. He's spoken, talking about First Swift, so giving us a picture of, how that followership, grew simply on the strength of character, as witnessed in some of the positions he held, in public office. And would you define him as somebody from a different era? Because perhaps when he returned, he was a little bit innocent, perhaps not particularly in touch with how avaricious the Nigerian society had become, especially administratively.
He was a man of himself. He was a man who had, by himself, trained himself to be frugal in all that he did at the time. And not too many people had the time, to do that. Over time, over the decades, while serving as a military officer, facts are there. Muhammadu Buhari had his head high above the waters. So that formed him, made him to actually have followership. We spoke about the war against indiscipline, and when he left, a lot of, indiscipline, characters and behaviors that are negative, held sway in the country. Gradually and surely, because us Nigerians, were expecting, that we have a vision about the kind of country, the type of nation we ought to have. Quite a number of us travel abroad and see how things are done over there. When we land at their airports, we do the right thing, we maintain ourselves, and then we are disciplined abroad. But the moment we land at our international airports here, back home, we throw away those togas of discipline. And then,
Doctor, I think the president has just arrived.
Oh, wonderful.
Let's take in the ambience. I think that is looks like the presidential Jet, let's look at what is happening now. Very shortly, I think the president will disembark. We just want to confirm that is the president that has just arrived at Katsina International Airport. Let's look at live pictures from Katsina.
You are onto the services of the Nigerian Television Authority, the African largest television network. We are at the Musa. We are currently at the Umaru Musaya International Airport, Katsina, in Katsina State. We are just witnessing the arrival of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCFR, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with his entourage. He's being received by all the dignitaries that have been waiting for his arrival. The entourage of the president has the vice presidents. Also have you also have in his entourage Professor Yemi Osibanjo, among many other dignitaries. Thus, Mr. President, being led by the governor of Katsina State, Governor Umar Dikko Rada, to introduce him to other dignitaries, many from different parts of the country, to identify with Nigeria at this moment of grief.
Nigeria.
Now, still on to the Nigerian Television Authority, where we're airing live activities marking the interment of the burial of the former late President Muhammad Buhari. I think his remains is being brought out of the airplane now.
Together with the president.
The officers and men of the Ports Health Services are currently waiting to receive the remains of the former head of state, late President Muhammad Buhari. They are on standby waiting among dignitaries who are there to pay their last respects to the former late president. Also at the airport are the former executive members who worked with the former president in the last 8 years. They are also here to show their respect and they identify with the man who many described as someone who has impacted life.
All right, remains of former President Muhammadu Buhari has arrived. The Katsina International Airport. As you can see, all the services involved are on standby to receive the remains, as accompanied by the Vice President, who has been in London to bring back the remains of the former president. He just highlighted from the Nigerian Air Force jet that brought the remains. You can see dignitaries from all walks of life, dignitaries from different parts of the country and Nigerians from all walks of life coming to the tarmac there to welcome the body from London. And this is quite a sobering moment for all who are associated in one way or the other through family ties or administrative experience or mentorship to the former president. I bring in Dr. Korede Martins at this time. Sometimes it doesn't dawn on you until you see the body or the remains. Somehow you know, especially from the people who are related, to the president in one way or the other. And in his case, almost everybody in Daura see him as their father. At this time, it brings, the memories. And then, of course, apart from that, you see, a display of a big part of his life, being a soldier who dedicated his life to the protection of the territorial integrity of Nigeria and performed meritoriously in his service, as displayed by the attention paid by the members of the Nigerian military who are there in their numbers to welcome him. What are your comments at this time, Dr. Korede?
Commiserations, with the family, the Buhari family, the Buhari clan, if you will, and of course Buharists, both in Daura, Katsina, Nigeria, and the world over. In our millions, if you say Buharists, we saw His Excellency, retired General, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, as father of all. That's why we refer to him as Baba Buhari. Baba Mune was our father, with due respect. So people are bound to, feel deep sadness when a colossus, a great leader, a perfect example of a gentleman, leader, administrator, an officer, and a gentleman passes. But for me, I'm overwhelmed with humble joy that a man who had been to me a father figure, we have not met one-on-one, but ever since I was a little boy in secondary school, I've been following his antecedents till the day he passed and until today. And I've seen him as a mentor in the distance with his character, his nature. By way of little sentiment, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, had the same stature with my biological father. So at the time, some people thought probably I'm related to him. But I'm a young man from the southwest, and he's our father from Daura, northwest. So I celebrate the life, the times, the history and memories of our dear leader, Muhammadu Buhari, even in death. And I commiserate with the entire family. The millions of followers that his good nature, his good character, his good governance had garnered over time are mourning quite well. So, and we need Almighty Creator to console the bereaved at this trying period. It should be a lesson to all Nigerians that we have seen the man that has come. He has seen. He has performed on the world stage, and he has conquered. He has bowed out of this world to the great beyond. You and I, the stage is available now for us. What will they say and do about us when this happens? May the Almighty Creator help us.
All right, in a short while, many thanks to, of course, Dr. Korede for the eulogy there. Very shortly we will be expecting the remains to be brought down from the aircraft. Just to remind Nigerians or those that of the younger generation that former President Muhammadu Buhari served the nation for the majority of his lifetime as a soldier and then a politician. He was military head of state from December 31, 1983 to August 1985. He returned as helmsman of the nation when he was elected president in 2015 and returned by Nigerians for a second term in 2019 presidential elections. In a career which included the helmsman's position in northeastern state in 1975, governor of Borno State in 1976, Federal Commissioner for Petroleum and Natural Resources between 1976 and 1978, and Chairman Petroleum Trust Fund in the mid to late 90s. President Muhammadu Buhari, the late President Muhammadu Buhari, built a reputation for consistency, frugality, moral discipline, and uprightness. Many will remember his words on assumption of office in 2015. I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody. Now he is no more. And right now, Nigerians are paying tribute to him as declared by the federal government. Today is a public holiday, so you can see that a lot of people are in Daura and Katsina to bid the former leader, United States, as well as president, give him a befitting farewell. And we have sister nations also represented here. A delegation from Niger arrived earlier. Since state governors in their numbers, about 20 of them already on tarmac are from different parts of the country to pay their last respects as well. Members of the current Federal Executive Council in their numbers paying their last respect, as well as the members of his own Federal Executive Council when he served Nigeria as president from 2015 to 2019 and 2019 to 2023. We are seeing them all lined up, getting ready to receive his remains. His body has been conveyed by the Nigerian Air Force jet, which touched down moments ago from London, accompanied by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima. And before then, we witnessed the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the chief mourner today, to superintend over this solemn farewell for a leader who has dedicated his life to the service of the nation, first as a defender of the nation's territorial integrity and later as its leader. Gentlemen, it is a sobering fact that no matter how long we stay, we will go as humans, but what you leave behind is what will be a testament of your lifetime. Yes. We've been speaking to Dr. Korede, but let me bring in the man who, had his experience as a young man, Dr. Sanusi, with him, and, the legacies of his administration politically. We spoke earlier of not too young to run, and, appointments for young people as yourself. Yes. Talking about, politics going forward, what can today's politicians take away from his kind of leadership, and what can we build on for the future as well?
It's quite an emotional moment for me, and I'm sure for millions of Nigerians. Let me start by offering him some prayers. May God forgive him his shortcomings, and may God grant him Jannatul Firdaus. And the legacy that he has left behind is that of uprightness, integrity, honesty, and being a servant leader. Being selfless, serving out of passion, serving out of patriotism, and not serving out of any selfish interests. This is something that all politicians, all leaders, should emulate. And he didn't just do it in the military. He did it in the military and as a Democrat. So that's to show you that it's possible either way. Wherever you find yourself, and he also did it in various, sectors that he served as head. So it's just a lesson to show that this is still possible. Some could argue that, the young people of these days do not look at life that way. But Buhari was with us until just a few days ago. He lived his life to the fullest up until he died. So we could also still learn from it. He survived, by being himself. He survived, the military. He survived, politics, and he excelled by being himself. A lot of people will argue that these days, because of the problems of followership and mistrust amongst leaders and followers, you cannot survive politics, for instance.
Just to cut in, those are members of his family, close associates, and members of his family. His wife, Aisha Buhari, coming down from our First Lady, and of course, one of the elders of the family, Alhaji Mamandaura, there of school receiving the Vice President yesterday, of course, when the Vice President visited the family in London after the news broke about the demise of the former president. So you can see them disembarking from the Nigerian Air Force jets, and we're hoping that shortly we will soon see, the remains being brought down from the aircraft, and then, it is going to be a military event shortly, because the farewell salutations will be given, the parade, and of course the guard of honor is there to receive the body as well. So we'll see how the process will be orchestrated by members of the Nigerian military, and then of course we know that there will be different stages from this airport. We still expect that there will be activities in Daura where we'll be finally laid to rest. And we can see spiritual leaders from different parts of the country, especially from Kano and Katsina, already thronging Daura, waiting for the remains, so that prayers will be offered and other funeral rites will be made before eventually is laid to rest. He may have said in his statement that it belongs to nobody, it belongs to everybody. I want to believe the belonging to everybody is manifesting here now, since we are seeing people from different walks of life, administrators past and present, and people who had something to do with him, and even some who didn't particularly meet him while he was alive, all trying to pay their respects at this time. And you know, the regrettable thing, just like Comrade Issa Aremu said earlier in our program, is that it would have been great for him to have seen the respect is being paid by Nigerians today. But this is sadly happening, of course, on his demise. But notwithstanding his stature in Nigeria's politics and as an helmsman who governed the nation both in khaki and in civilian attire, cannot be taken away, because very few, about just 2 of them, have attained that distinction. Festus.
Yeah, I don't want to believe that we did not celebrate it. You just made mention of having to come with about every time 10 million votes and 12 million votes for any election he stood for. People celebrated him. And you also recall that in 2019, when he was seeking re-election, he went around this country, and some of us were with him. We visited some states, and what the kind of reception he got, or he was getting, you will know that Nigerians liked this man, and they celebrated him while he was alive. There is, for me, having been closely working with him throughout the 8 years he was president, I don't think there is anything that is being done now that President Buhari, as a president in Federal Republic of Nigeria, did not witness. I give you this example in Yobe. After he went there for 2019 campaign, and when he finished, normally by the time the president will be saying, "I thank you," that is where we will be looking for our transportation out of the venue. And immediately he was talking, people were now looking for flags to wave and say Baba, we support you. And by the time they picked all the flags that were around, somebody was going to the president's car to collect that flag of Nigeria and the Armed Forces flag there, just to wave, to tell you how people loved him and that they wanted to celebrate him. We have also seen someone in Kano, I can remember in Kano, where his vehicle was coming. This young man just came in front of the vehicle and was spraying money on the ground for the president's vehicle to march on and some other things. So we can do more, but I think recently the narrative is changing. People are now celebrating our leaders. You can see University of Abuja has been named after former President Yakubu Gowon and some other things. So we are doing better. It can always get better. With discussions and conversations like this, we are hoping that we'll begin to celebrate our own. But I can tell you for free that just for 1 or 2 things that is the difference, Buhari witnessed some of all these celebrations while he was alive. People gave him names, Megaskia and some other things that we see. So he was celebrated, and he has done his bits. Like when my opening remark, I said his death met us with mixed feelings. But I can tell you for free that the Buhari that we know, the Buhari that we reported, will not be too surprised about his death, because he was always conscious of, I am here now, a time will come, I will be no more, and this is how it will be. So while I'm here, let me do my own. And he has been able to do his bit. And the comment I wrote when I heard about his death was he has taken his final flight and never to return again. So we celebrated him. He did his best. No matter what we say about him, for those that had funny feelings. And because my wife used to call Buhari my father. He would say, your father is on air, your father is this, your father is this. So when the news came, she was not at home. She just called me and said, I heard your father is dead. I said, no, my father died long ago. He said, no, not that your father. The one that you have been working with, Alan, is dead. I said, yes, he just got the news. He said, oh, sorry, condolences. I said, I'm not a member of his immediate family. He said, but you have worked with him closely for 8 years, and you know him more than most of us. Now, the thing with Buhari, people wrote a lot of things. Now, we would not rule out how people react to whatever they see. There's a version of you that only close friends of yours know. So whatever you do, how it affects the other man is how they will react. Either it's coming from you directly or the information was twisted along the line. Is not what we should be discussing here. But I can tell you the truth that Buhari was celebrated while he was here. Apart from him, I don't think there's anybody that's contested for that long and later got it and still got a re-election with the same number. If we are saying that, okay, he didn't do well with our expectations in the first tenure that he came, the second tenure, people still voted for him massively. So it shows that the man was loved, and Nigerians also told him that we love you while he was alive. And after he has left us in this part of the divide now, we are still showing him love, that we love you. That is good enough. Everything we write, everything we say, everything we are doing right now is a message to the living that when you are no longer here, this is how it will be. People will either talk about you positively or they talk about you negatively. Like the popular saying goes, you will be remembered for the problems you solved or the ones that you created.
All right, we are seeing live pictures from the Katsina International Airport and from Daura helipad, where he is being expected as well. Earlier, there was a shot of the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, joining the mourners, the immediate family of the former president, waiting for the remains as well. And you can see just at the foot of the aircraft there, the dignitaries and, of course, members of the Nigerian military are waiting for the remains to be brought down to the tarmac. We're showing you all live pictures. We have our men right there at the airport in Katsina and, of course, in Daura to give you live pictures as the event continues to unfold out there in Katsina as well as in Daura. I'll be looking at that shortly as well. But in terms of ambience, you can see live shots from Daura as well. They feel, you know, even when he says he belongs to nobody, they actually feel he belongs to them as far as... So, as far as Daura is concerned, they believe he's theirs. Even if he says he belongs to nobody, they believe you know, he is theirs. And that's, as we heard from our correspondent earlier, Abdullah Mustafa, it is at the helipad in Daura that the prayers will be held based on the arrangements made earlier this morning. We'll see how that unfolds. And then, of course, these are live pictures from the tarmac at the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina. And I'm sure shortly, as we can see, some officers in uniform there of the different forces. I can see it looks like naval officers as well as some soldiers there, all getting ready perhaps to be part of those who will carry the remains from the aircraft down to the tarmac. We are waiting for those actualities. Once that is done, we'll just, you know, hand you over to the airport there, where our correspondents are standing by to give you blow-by-blow account of what is happening as the nation honors former president and former military head of state, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, who is being given a befitting state burial today, and as Nigerians bid him farewell after his meritorious service in different capacities as a Nigerian of distinction. Doctor, you're looking at live pictures from two venues, Katsina Airport and Daura helipad. At this time, you know, those moments you had with him as a member of his staff, you know, will come your way. But let's look closely. We can see now the remains are being brought out, draped in the green, white, green, appropriately draped in the green, white, green Nigerian flag, are being brought down there by officers. Of course, don't forget that apart from being a soldier, as his position as a former head of state, was the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria during different stints, 1983 to 1985, 2015 to 2019, and 2019 to 2023. And that is why you're seeing, the members of Nigerian military in different capacities are there to welcome him. So we're looking at live shots from the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina. So Dr. Sanusi, you were just about to tell us a little bit, about the man himself and his interactions with you, those who he appointed during his stint at the center. He always made allusion to the fact that he wanted to return to his ranch in Daura, where he has some cattle that has not been looking after. He had this self-deprecating manner about him, talking about his cattle. And eventually, that is what he did, and completely, cut himself off from, still being part of politics and all that. He retired properly.
Yes. I mean, that's just to tell you his kind of person. He was a very simple man that didn't take this life seriously. And then he lived this life as simply as possible, and also tried to live his life as an example to others, not to take things, too seriously, and to know what's important. When you're serving people, public service is very important. You do it to the best of your ability. All my interactions with him were very warm. He would always crack a joke, He would, shake your hand firmly. He wanted people to see him as the mortal that he is, and the fact that we're just transient in this world. He would always preach and, tell people that, there's nothing in this life, and we should live our lives such that we can account to our Creator when the time comes. So like was said earlier on by my brother, he knew a time like this would come, and all his life he was preparing for the moment where he will no longer be here with us, and he will be before his Creator, to account. So he was very, very conscious of that in all of his actions, in his utterances, in his relationships. I was reading the other day, somebody was blaming him for being too quiet, too silent, even in the face of so many things happening. That wasn't his style. That wasn't his style to interfere and talk, about. He valued relationships. If you notice, he was the only one that didn't really have much problems with other heads of states or former heads of states, and even the current head of state. He accords them with the respect that they all deserve, and he refrains from rocking the boat because he believes in relationships, and he believes in a day like this where you wouldn't know who would be there, to carry your remains, back, to where you'll be buried, or you wouldn't even know the people that would carry your corpse. He didn't know who were the people that were going to carry his corpse, but because of the kind of life he has lived, you could see that everybody, all those military men there, they were rushing. Everybody wanted to be part of those that would, carry his remains down. And so I think it's a lesson for everyone to live a very modest life, knowing that power is transient, life itself is transient. We are all on a journey in this world, and ultimately, when the time is right, whether young or old, we would be leaving this world and transiting to meet our Creator. And what's most important is the legacy we leave behind, and the answers we are going to answer before our Creator.
All right. You can see the remains being received at the tarmac there. I think they will be moving now towards the where the officers are waiting. I think members of gas brigade will also be there. If I'm sure, Then we see how the proceedings at this moment, of course, will be orchestrated by the members of the Nigerian military. Earlier, we saw the arrival of the different chiefs, security chiefs earlier. So soon we will see, while the body will be brought towards the tarmac, I'm sure there will be some military activities to go with that. We'll see that being done. As you can see now, the remains are being conveyed towards where the guard of honor is stationed. So we'll wait for that as well.
The remains of the former president has been removed from the aircraft by men and officers of the Port Health Services in collaboration with the military. It is being awaited to be received by the president.
Having received the remains of the former president, late President Muhammadu Buhari, at the tarmac there at the Katsina International Airport, Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, Katsina. Very shortly, the remains would be conveyed via ambulance and a motorcade of military men as well to his final resting place, which is his home in Daura. There will be, ceremony also around the helipad there in Daura, which we expect to be in another 45 minutes to an hour, because we understand the journey between Katsina to Daura will take about the better part of an hour, which we expect the ambulance will soon be on that journey, and the dignitaries invited will also follow the ambulance, while others, of course, are waiting in Daura for the final journey. Right now, we're witnessing members of the Nigerian Armed Forces ushering the remains of the body to the ambulance. Earlier, we saw the different service chiefs also escorting the remains to the ambulance, with the president and the vice president being part of that first group. And of course, we saw governors and ministers lining, the path that the remains were being conveyed through to pay their last respects. But of course, this is not all. Very shortly, the body will be conveyed to Daura, where the final funeral rites will be performed. And then, of course, we expect his kinsmen in Daura, as well as people who have worked with him, members of the family, and of course others who are close to the president, to have the opportunity to bid him farewell. As we're looking at the pictures, one of our guests came in, Mr. Kishiju, who has been an economic commentator, public affairs analyst, as well as development expert. What does this day convey to you in terms of, a man like late President Muhammadu Buhari, who has served this country meritoriously and now taking his final journey home?
Yeah, to the extent of his exit, eternal exit in this consideration, we're talking about the end of an era. Some of us, throughout our lives, up to this moment, we're still living. We thank God for that. But the name, the brand name, Muhammadu Buhari, had been part of our existence, all of our adult lives. Most of us that belong to this generation were introduced to him in 1983, in his first coming as the military head of state. I was an activist in the University of Lagos at that time. And of course, because of the nature of activism, there was also that suspicion of military dictatorship. Of course, we've been also part of the democratic era of the Second Republic with the President Shehu Shagari. And of course, some of us felt quite agitated, at the coming of the military at that time. But with time, we also realized that we had a person who singularly sold himself to us, activists then, to Nigerians, as a man of disciplined focus. And a man who was also, deliberately, either by, I call him a force of nature, because even at that time, we saw clearly a man that was deliberately modest, that was not given to the colors and the celebration of power, as it were then. And that was my first introduction to him. And in fact, there was a lot of talks around the how do I call it, the power, the deployment of the power of the states at that time. And some of us were even said to be listed, at that time. But at the end of the day, after there was also a change of government, and we had the opportunity of a contrast, we felt that perhaps we could have a Buhari in the military uniform, could have stayed a bit longer, and that the Nigerian situation at that time would have changed and perhaps would have led to something, a dispensation that we desired more. So from that day, it had been as if we had all, consciously, unconsciously, desired, anticipated the return of Muhammad Buhari to government. So it became a benchmark, to compare governments, administrations after administrations. And it wasn't until, of course, when he started presenting himself for the office of the presidency, starting effectively in 2003, it was like a resurrection of that feeling. But again, we also understand the limitations of political contestations. So after a while, some of us started following him, and of course, we were also desiring, a return of the return of a Buhari in government. So 2015, for us was a milestone in the democratic trajectory of Nigeria, because here we have a Buhari finally, and of course, most of us had this huge anticipation of how impactful a Buhari government would be. And to a large extent, whatever anybody would say, I was a major follower of that government. I participated on the fringes, and I realized that this person gave his all to Nigeria. This person loved Nigeria intensely. And perhaps more than loving Nigerians, he loved the poor people of Nigeria. His presidency, by whatever consideration we want to measure it, actually existed for the Nigerian poor. And I can stay anywhere and defend that, either by his policies, by his choice of policies, and in fact by the choice of some not going ahead with certain set of policies. So today, some of us that are known with Buhari, and Buhari that actually determined the kind of focus we had, politically. It is the exit of a huge, great mind, a huge, great Nigerian, a remarkable Nigerian. And perhaps in a generation, we may not see, feel, and of course share the experience of Muhammadu Buhari, a leader indeed and in truth, a political leader that was extremely modest. And perhaps since Tafawa Balewa, I have not come across one that is by act, conduct, interaction, outlook, as modest as Buhari. One that is extremely humorous. If you are within the within the close perimeter of Muhammadu Buhari, you would laugh and laugh. And then that is a contrast. Outside that perimeter, there's this general perception of a man who is the strong-willed, hard man. But within that perimeter, you saw a very, very humorous person who finds a way of laughing at himself. That is one attribute I try to learn.
Let's take a little bit from the actualities there at the airport. All right, some military activities by the Guard of Honor, still in honor of the dearly departed former President Muhammadu Buhari. They're happening live at the tarmac of the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport. We saw earlier that the remains have been conveyed via ambulance to Daura. We'll be expecting also our correspondent over there to give us actualities as soon as they arrive. Right now, we're just looking at the final movements of the parade to welcome and, of course, give final salute and respect, pay final respects to the dearly departed former President Muhammadu Buhari by members of the Nigerian military. All right, activities being concluded at the Katsina International Airport, also known as the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina. Activities being rounded off by the Guard of Honor there, marching off from the tarmac. And then if you look at the right of your picture, you will see a live feed from Daura, where the indigenous of the town have been waiting since morning for the remains of the dearly departed former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but more importantly to them, a son of their soil, to return to his ancestral home. And we'll be seeing that in a short while, because the ambulance conveying his remains have departed the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport for a drive of the better part of an hour to the final destination, which is Daura, as you can see on the right of your picture. And of course, all those activities will still be brought to you live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority as the nation bids farewell to one of its leaders, a man who led the nation in two stints as a civilian and democratically elected ruler, and of course as a military head of state in 1983 to 1985. Gentlemen, we have spent a considerable time witnessing activities from Katsina State, and as people have arrived and paid their respect and spoken glowingly about the president. We've seen, of course, members of his cabinet also coming to pay their last respect as well. Earlier, of course, it was Mr. Nigerian was talking about his legacies, and the man himself not necessarily being who he was being, construed to be in the public space, not the, unapproachable individual as he was being, portrayed, but more of someone who liked to, make self-deprecating remarks, witty one-liners, and, perhaps noticing things that you wouldn't even know that he has noticed about you. So let's, the last few moments as the body is being conveyed to the, let's just use these moments to perhaps remember his service. And I will bring in Dr. Korede here. After his stint as a military head of state and, his house arrest, more or less, in some cases, and then, of course, he was in Benin for a while as well, and family members were allowed to see him. But he was brought back, to public administration with the PTF appointment under General Abuja. And again, he served with distinction in terms of how he managed with frugality and parsimony with funds. Perhaps that also gives credence to the comments of Mr. Kinshiju in terms of the reputation he had built as a military administrator, a military head of state, and of course, governor in Borno and Northeastern State. He cemented that when he worked, as the chairman of the PTF at that time. That enhances his reputation as well.
You cannot build something on nothing. Without a good foundation, there's no way you can positively actually hold sway and lay down those precedences, of goodness that people will appreciate. Yes, he had the experience after his military administration had been toppled, by another military administration. And as you rightly said, about 3 years incarcerated, and then he was called back by another military administration that took over to head the Petroleum Trust Fund. Nostalgic happens to the way and manner, one holds sway, whilst you are saddled with a particular responsibility, and once you do it well. For His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, at the time as chairman of PTF, quite a number of projects, were the order of the day. I recall I was in Kaduna Polytechnic. I lived at the Air Force Base in Kawo, Kaduna with my cousins. And throughout northern Nigeria, first focus, he started with roads, expansion of roads, building new roads, infrastructures everywhere, which dovetailed to other parts of Nigeria. With particular reference, again, the health sector. Chairman Muhammadu Buhari, as PTF boss, ensured that all the hospitals, government-owned hospitals, clinics owned by government, primary health care centers, in all the nooks and crannies of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, had free drugs for patients. So once you go in, and then there's prescription for you. There's a white, leather bag with a cross, PTF drugs handed to you, free of charge, from the PTF, Petroleum Trust Fund. He was a public service person. It was an enigma of public service, par excellence. He made sure that integrity was his watchword. He was frugal at the spending of public funds entrusted in him by the administration at the time. And he did quite a number of other projects, that records are there, to see for whoever cares. I believe this was at a third stage of his life that was gradually building the momentum of followership for him. The first stage being when he held sway as military administrator, then not East, and then Borno State military governor. First stage. Second stage, when he became the head of state. And third stage as chairman PTF, which he did. So when he now formed, the political party, the CPC, Congress for Progressive Change. It was a hurricane. Buharists came together, both in northern Nigeria and, of course, of pockets of southern Nigeria also. Those of us who were in Lagos at the time took up, the coordination, of that party. Then later, because it was the CPC, Buhari's party, and as a singular candidate, living at the time, that will come up with about 10 million votes with his personal effort, between 8 and 10 million votes. So gradually and surely, other political parties came together, 2014, 2015, and then have the real coalition between the existing ACN, then a faction of APGA, coming together with CPC to form what we have today as the All Progressives Congress, APC. On that pedestal, he became Nigeria's democratically elected president twice. So whilst he held sway as a public servant, you can see humility in service. Yes, his boss at the time, the head of state, the late General Sani Abacha, was his junior in the military. Yet he accepted to serve Nigeria, and he did with utmost integrity and frugality, delivering the dividends of public service to Nigerians. So you cannot take it away from Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. He was indeed a colossus and a man of high repute in terms of handling public service, money, with integrity.
Dr. Sanusi, we are looking at live pictures from, Daura there, and the number of people in Katsina, the number of people in Daura waiting, and the condolences we've had, the comments about him. Today in Nigerian politics, we talk so much about money politics. We talk about governors sorting money away in anticipation of next election. In the case of, the numbers that, Dr. Korede has been talking about for a while now, some of these people joined the Buhari train, most of them based on his reputation and not what they were being given, as we have had in some states in the south, we say Diboko Sebe, meaning that, vote and then be able to buy soup. Yes. It was the trust that the reputation, had that made a return of 10, 12 million per election, and not perhaps, the promise of some monetary reward.
Yes. So Dr. Korede had already laid the premise. Buhari's numbers in terms of popularity and votes, grew organically. It wasn't something that was induced by, money politics, buying of votes or something like that. Never. And like he had said earlier, he started from various assignments and tasks that he has been given and how he performed. And with every task he's given, you know, and his performance, you see that he would win more hearts. If people thought that maybe the first one that he was given was a fluke, you know, they waited for the second one to come, which was even more lucrative. I mean, from the governor of Northeast, he became Minister of Petroleum at that time. And you know, when you say petroleum, you know what it means in this country. He did very well, still remained the principled General Buhari that everybody knew him as. And then, okay, maybe he's still a fluke. And then he became, you know, the head of state. He was in charge. He had, you know, the powers to, you know, do whatever he wanted and, you know, be corrupt. It was a military government, and he remained that Buhari. So at that time, you know, people already knew that this man was for real. He wasn't pretending. He wasn't fake. This is who he is. And he's somebody that doesn't talk too much, but just from his actions, people can speak volumes about him. From the way Dr. Korede was speaking about him, I thought maybe, you know, he had known him and maybe they had interacted and all of that. It's not everybody that had that privilege to meet him. But he's never written a book. He said it himself. He didn't write a book. I'm quite surprised, because I feel like public servants, especially those that have had this kind of experience, you know, should make it a habit to write about their experience and document for history and for those that are coming back. Although he hasn't written one, like an autobiography, but so many books have been written about him from, you know, third parties. But it would be interesting for him. It would have been interesting for him, and this is a lesson for others to write. I'm already writing one. I know I still have a long way to go, but I'm documenting and I'm writing as we go along. I think that's very important, because the kind of life that he lived, you know, if you are not hearing from third parties, if there's somewhere, you know, like a book where you can go and pick from and learn, I think, you know, that would be very important for us.
I'd like to say that, if you will, you know, writing a book is imperative, is important, you know. If you look at his academic prowess, he has a master's degree in military history. Muhammadu Buhari himself is a part of the history of Nigeria's leadership. People who wish can go ahead and write books about him, because the life he lived in public service is an institution, a repository of knowledge, a repository of capacity building for anybody and anyone. Some of us were not even willing to meet with him, as the case may be, but what he stood for was that driving force to stay committed, even till today in death.
All right. I remember, you know, a book we used to write. I mean, we needed to read to pass WAEC, Incorruptible Judge. But you know, that's by the way, what, you know, Dr. Kinshiju, you was talking about, you know, integrity and frugality. But you know, when we look at all this procession, the ceremony, you know, it's been celebrated and what it stood for and all that. So many politicians are there today, governors, ex-governors, former ministers, current ministers. What should they take away from this? Already drums are already being beaten concerning another round of elections. What would be your, you know, summation? But let's take the ambience. I think we'll come back after that is done.
I know they I can come up now. I can come up. President left the residents of the guests that in the city, and particularly at the residence of the late former Nigerian leader, we are waiting for the other mourners here, the Daura helipad, where the funeral prayers would be. And many other residents who were previously prevented from gaining access from the main road, Kano, Daura, Kongolam Highway, are now moving into the place, including royal fathers. I can see the emir of Afika in Yobe State moving into the helipad. There are also former governors, especially former governor of Kaduna State and Sokoto State, Nasir El-Rufai, Aminu Tambol, as well as former ministers of the Buhari administration, including the former communication and digital economy, Isa Ali Fantami. We are also told early hours of the day Emirates have agreed and recommended the chief imam of Yusuf to lead the funeral prayers for the late Nigerian leader, which is taking place at the late Nigerian leader, and is the chief Nigeria's president and commander, President Bola Tinubu, Vice President, and other Nigerian governors. As you may also recall, the President, the federal government, and many state governors have declared today as a public holiday as part of the 7-day national mourning. And we can also see flags flying at half-mast to honor the late Nigerian leader, a patriot who is also seen as somebody, a person of impeccable character and a symbol of honesty, as people fondly call him, Mai Gaskiya in Hausa, which means the honest one. That's why people of Daura said they could not have any other person as the former President Muhammadu Buhari, who has been frequenting the city whenever, even when he was in power as the president between the year 2015 and 2023. On May, he left office on May 29, 2023, after handing over to his successor, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And for almost 2 years, he has been living here at his residence in Daura, visiting his farm, which is some few kilometers away from the residence along the Kongolam Road. Buhari, as you might have seen in so many reports played on NTA, and the discussions, was born here in the ancient town of Daura on December 17, 1942, and had his early life here. And of course, he was also the Nigeria's 7th and 15th Nigeria's leader as military head of state and civilian president who was elected into office for 2 consecutive terms. Throughout his life, Buhari maintained strong ties to his hometown, Daura. And as we can see, the residents of the city, young and old, are all here to mourn, to give final respect to the illustrious son of the city and their father, who they see as a source of pride to the ancient emirate. As you might have seen, the remains is being driven to Daura from Kasena, which is about 72 kilometers away from this place. Is expected to be buried here at his residence, which is about 250 meters away from this place, inside his residence. And people of Daura, as they've been telling us in the course of discussions since yesterday, he's someone they will continue to miss, not only for maintaining strong ties with them over the years, but for being generous and for being humble, for carrying them along in all his activities. He never looked down at any individual, no matter his status in life. This is part of the testimonies given by some residents of Daura about the life of the late leader Muhammadu Buhari. So any moment the remains may arrive here. Daura is where he was born, as I was telling you. We had little interruption here. And he had his early life here. All his families, we could see them since yesterday morning, and they were, many of them weeping, recalling and recounting the beautiful memories with the family member who they said they are and will continue to be proud of his life and contribution to the Nigerian people and the nation in itself. They told me that he takes care of most of the family members of the extended family. He fed many of them, took responsibility for their medical bills, school fees, and many other things, and contributed immensely through wise counsels and generous contributions to community development over the years. And they said he did more between May 29 after leaving office as president to March when he left for Daura, which they said he even left for Kaduna against his wish, because many Nigerians were asking him to return to Kaduna, maybe because of convenience in visiting him. They said when he left, before leaving, he helped a lot of people and community projects and programs. He involved himself as a normal citizen or indigene of the community, not as a national leader, a president for that matter. So they are sure that the demise of the former president will be the greatest loss to the Daura Emirate and Katsina State at large, some calling it the loss of the century. So only time will tell the beautiful testimonies being given by the people of Daura, the way the residents of Daura have been looking and conducting themselves, the way they abandon their daily activities, including source of their livelihoods, is really telling how dear he was and he is to his people. So many dignitaries are still coming into the Daura helipad here in the GRA of the Daura town, which is very close to the residence of the late former Nigerian leader, and the funeral prayers will be conducted here and to be led by the chief imam of Daura, Sheikh Sofwan Yusuf, on the recommendation of the Daura Emirate and family members. But what they said, they will allow final decision for the chief mourner, the president being the national leader. They said the loss of the former president is beyond Daura. It's not only for the family and for Daura, it's a national loss. So it's for the father of the nation to decide. So we may, we'll wait and see if there will be a change in that, because that was the position of the family and the emirate, that is the approval of the imam, the chief imam of Daura, is pending the affirmation or substitution by Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is also being expected in the venue here, the Daura helipad, where he will join mourners in the funeral prayers, which is the last respect for any late Muslim deceased Muslim, after all the funeral rituals, which we are told have been conducted right in the hospital in London. So the remaining thing is the prayers, and as the military tradition provided or provides, there was a special parade in his honor at the Umar Musa Adua International Airport, through which the remains were brought into the country. So that is a military tradition, and being a national state funeral in honor of a national leader. But as per religious rites, is a funeral prayer and interment, which is to be carried out soon after the demise of any Muslim. So being he died, he passed on at a distant world, he'll be buried almost 48 hours after that. So everybody here is waiting for this last rite to be performed on this leader who many Nigerians, not only people of Daura, see and described as one of the finest leaders or individuals the nation had ever produced in terms of integrity, honesty, and zero tolerance for corruption. Some even citing how simple his life was, the residence he lived, and the lifestyle he also adopted before, during, and even after his stay in the presidential villa.
All right, reports, live shots from Daura right now as we await the arrival of the president and the motorcade carrying the remains of former head of state, Muhammadu Buhari. Many thanks to colleagues over there, commentaries from Abdullahi Mustafa as well, telling us about the ambience in Daura and the air of, sober reflection being exhibited by the people, and the imams as well have arrived to orchestrate the process. We're also expecting some members of the diplomatic corps, friends of Nigeria, who are also attending this event. We will be bringing you live shots of this as we reflect on the life and times of President Muhammadu Buhari, former head of state, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I said before you came in, Dr. Kinshiju, about what we have lost in terms of the experience in quelling, things like insurgency, public disturbances in his career as military governor in Northeast as well in Borno, and then of course the military commander managing funds as Federal Commissioner of Petroleum and Natural Resources, as chairman of the PTF Petroleum Trust Fund, and of course a two-time leader, first as military head of state and two times as civilian head of state as well. That is a whole lot of experience that we have just lost.
Huge, you know. Well, a man, you know, will define himself by the scope of responsibility he takes on, you know, in his lifetime. I think what precisely drove the Muhammadu Buhari personnel was his patriotism, his nationalism. We've had people occupied different offices, different areas of responsibilities. They either come short or are not exactly at par with expectations. But what you are profiling is historical references, you know, of a man who had this opportunity, like other people had such opportunities, and stepped into those opportunities, filled the roles he was supposed to play with a sense of commitment, a sense of history, a sense of nationalism, a sense of patriotism, and most importantly, with an attitude of frugality. Knowing, understanding the fact that the Nigeria in growth at that time was also a Nigerian that lacked resources, and therefore resources needed to be properly managed. So, and of course, even in its military pursuit, you know, especially, and I want to use that pursuit deliberately because I find it as the right word to describe is the way he pursued, you know, the Chadian forces into Chad at that time. It became something like a folklore, you know, to a larger percentage of Nigerians that were following issues then. But again, you also realize that breaking military protocol, as it were, was also driven by a sense of nationalism, you know, that, and it can be interpreted in the day-to-day commonplace terminology. Who are these people to come invade Nigeria? And that than just resist them and push them to the border was not enough. It was also necessary to show that this is Nigeria, and you don't just dare come trespass on us. You know. So when an individual is driven by such passion, the passion of sovereignty, the image, when you constantly carry the image of a sovereign nation in your mind, and that will make me to also quickly respond, you know, to what my colleague on the far right, I can't get the name now, you know, was talking about.
Dr. Sanusi.
Sorry, Dr. Sanusi was referencing about his refusal, and I want to use that word, refusal, to write a book or a memoir as had become the ways of big men, you know, in recent times. He said in an interview that he holds very strong positions about life and about relationships, and that if he had to write a book out of a need to be forthright, you know, he would have to write about so many people, and that his opinion about these people, when their children start reading, you know, that they will not have good opinion about their parents, as it were, and that it was better for him to just leave that bit of expectation, that he was not going to write those books and write the book, especially in respect, you know, of the opinions, perception of whatever that latter generation would have about this current generation or the generation he grew with. And I think that defines, in truth, the kind of person the late former president was. He actually had clear perspective about what existence and, of course, leadership was all about. He had clear views about how people should relate in office, you know. And for him, office was just get into office, understood the callings and the references desired, the mandates desired from that office, deliver on them. If we also, of course, transport ourselves back to the fact that it was the person behind the second Port Harcourt refinery, when he was military minister of petroleum resources. And that many years, I think 75, 76, many years after, we now had to, of course, contend with the need to resuscitate, rebuild, rehabilitate, as the case may be, the Port Harcourt resources. And so much money, you know, was budgeted, allocated for that rehabilitation. You can only imagine, I think 1 month ago, when it became rife in the public space, that certain individuals in that responsible for the re-engineering of the Port Harcourt refineries had actually, you know, diverted huge funds that were deployed for that purpose. You can only put your mind in the mind of Buhari, who was still living there, to understand the kind of pains he would have also gone through, you know, trying to understand and comprehend what exactly was the problem and challenges of Nigerians, you know. So I'm just trying to do that comparison for us to understand the kind of pains this Muhammadu Buhari would have gone through, you know. Doing all those things, it would appear that we can't even get people to model themselves around Muhammadu Buhari, who was governor of Borno State, who was Minister of Petroleum Resources, who was chairman of PTF, who was president, who was head of state of Nigeria, who also later became, you know, the president of democratically elected president of Nigeria. What exactly is the issue? If we start to, of course, contrast ourselves to that Buhari benchmark, perhaps we'll start evolving a new model, you know, in leadership in Nigeria. Whatever may be the opinions, perception of certain people in certain quarters, especially regarding his time in office, 2015 to 2023. The truth is that when those 8 years are properly contextualized, we will first say clearly the Buhari's personnel, the Buhari's values, you know, because if we had not had a Buhari in government between 2015 and 2017, perhaps would have the recession the country went through would have been more elongated, and of course more Nigerians, you know, would have suffered more, you know, but by his own selflessness. He was giving up so much that were supposed to be his as the occupier of the presidency. And given the tradition, let me say tradition, given the practice of politicians when they are in office, there are certain things, there are certain privileges that the politician determines that it belongs to him, even if they are not so denoted or so profiled in the Nigerian constitution. So there are, of course, privileges in the environment that the head of government usually, you know, abuse. But we had a president at that time who refused to abuse his office, who was focused enough, disciplined enough to determine the process of us exiting that first recession, you know, we had, that was driven principally because we were not generating enough revenue from sales of crude oil. And we survived that. 2 years after we were growing, we were on a growth trajectory. For us to now get into the COVID-19. And that, of course, affected countries around the world, including the countries of the G7. Now, while countries of the G7 were declaring, inflation that they had not experienced in 40 years, in 60 years. We had our own possibility of going into recession, but faster than many other countries in the G7. We exited, that recession. And I don't see most Nigerians, applauding late President Buhari for that. And again, it is also as a result of the force of character.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kichuju. We'll come back to you, Doctor, very quickly. Senator Itayanan has been waiting in Uyo for a while. We tried to get him earlier. Senator, we need you to, just make your intervention because I know you will be tired having tried to link us up for a while. I tried to say maybe she should show us the panel of your phone to see where the unmute is. Perhaps it's written in a BBO, but are you on now, sir? If we can get Senator Itayanan to come up. Okay, if we reconnect with him, we will come back, we'll go back to Senator Itayanan. He's been trying to get through via Zoom. I understand he had some problems with his connection. Doctor, let me let you land before I
just
move.
land now. So, back to the text of your question that has to do with what we have lost. I described President Buhari as a comet, he came and the Nigerians' own comet had fallen. Not many people will experience this kind of personnel again in a lifetime. And I'm saying that's the truth. Not many people will experience such person because when we start, of course, to track his person, his time in office, you will not find many people that compares with him. So, to a large extent, I think we need now, of course, to go back to literature, to start compiling those who had written books about him, and start understanding by building a profile, a true profile from this different point of view and perspective, of Muhammadu Buhari, without the emotions, especially of the limitations, of course, of the last of the years between 2015 and 2023.
All right, Professor Fife, and very, as we move towards when the remains were arrived, we saw a lot of, some of his members of his close associates. He seemed to be someone who is loyal to friendships, especially the ones he made earlier in his career, even in some of his appointments and all. But perhaps not all have the same character. Perhaps I don't know how to, convey that question, because in terms of trust, he entrusted a lot of people with key interventions that they were going to make. But in terms of the thrust of his policies, they were clear-cut. But in terms of carrying them out, perhaps many of his lieutenants, some of his lieutenants, let me not say many, some of the lieutenants may have fallen short of the standard he set for himself.
Yes, you are right when you said that. I gave you a story of whenever he goes to Daura, his classmates, while he was a very younger person, will always come around him. And those he worked with in the military will sometimes come to the villa to see him. There was a particular day he was meeting with traditional rulers, and one of them came and said, during the what we call Biafran War now, I was your driver, I drove you. And he was looking at him. He now called one name. And the person said, correct, sir, correct, sir. You see that at that time, he was sitting as a president. It wasn't an informal gathering. But he was able to still remember and see spot, are you so person? And they had this conversation. The problem is, we were speaking before we came on live that difficult people in Nigeria, as it is, the definition now is people that are doing the right thing. He had his mindset. He had what he knew he wanted to do. So those that are still close to him, he knows when to be your friend, as it were. Because we talked about his appointment coming late. He was actually looking for those that have the same value system with him. And don't forget that there was a time where we were jokingly saying that Buhari was appointing dead people. Because those were some of the people that he knew, okay, who are those that share this value system with me? Who is that person that want to get there and do what the people would want? So that made him take time. So when it has to do, and don't forget that some of the appointments, ministerial, some agencies and whatever, other people we have to recommend for him to appoint. But those that knew him, those that he has, there's one, most of you will know him, the former minister of FCT, Mohammed Musa Bello, we call him Bello. That was another replica of Buhari. When you see him, he will just look at you, go to his office, he will give you Debino. And he believes that the world is just not about affluence. When that man left office in 2019, when he came back, people went to his house and he was owning his generator himself. This is a former minister. So he had people that knew his lifestyle and they were still with him. There were others that were recommended that couldn't really carry on. That is frugality. That is lifestyle of let's be prudent. So those were the ones that did not really follow his footstep as far as governance is concerned and being prudent. Those that were recommended by friends and those that also saw Buhari is just one man. You can't expect him to be everywhere at a time. So, but those that he knew, they were always there and they were also always doing what he wanted them to do. His friendship, superb. He's always doing those things. And I gave you an example of being in the Federal Executive Council. We were having a valedictory session and he was talking about the late Yaradua, the senior Yaradua. And he got to an extent, he was talking about how they were in school in India and in some places in military school, that they share bed, they are roommates and some other things. So he has a memory of his friends and he's someone that keeps to his friends wherever he goes to. If he's in London, either for medical checkup, you still see people coming around him. The Bishop of Canterbury, the Anglican man, you know that man, he is a personal friend of the president and some other things. So he has that good memory and he will definitely make you laugh. Staying with Buhari will make you laugh. And I told you how he remembers a lot of things too. When you change, he will change. He was telling Mr. Addition or his SA Media, say now that you are a chief, how do you combine being a chief and being my spokesperson? How is it like? And we all laugh. So he's a jolly good fellow to those that want to be prudent like him. But for the rest that don't believe in being prudent, he was a difficult person, and you can expect that in every setting.
All right, as we continue with the live coverage, we will show you, some VIPs who have come to sign the condolence register there in his house. We are seeing some pictures of people already seated and some signing the condolence register there. Former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa there. We're also seeing the one before then, Yayale Ahmed, all seated there. And the former governor of Katsina State, Bello Masari, there as well. And of course, that is opposition PDP chairman there, Umar Damagum, also seated there to bid former President Buhari farewell. We are still in the arrival of some motorcade perhaps from Katsina, having received the remains of the president. So it seems as if the motorcade from Katsina is arriving Daura now. So very shortly, we shall, of course, hand you over to our commentary team in Daura to continue the proceedings. But I will be waiting for that as well. My colleagues are on standby as well. Suleiman Konongi, Abdullah Mustafa, all standing by in Daura to give us blow-by-blow account of what is happening right there. But you just spoke about the issue of appointment, and then, of course, Dr. Kinishi just spoke about, his natural humor. There was an event where he was addressing the soldier that was much taller than him. Of course, the former president was well above 6 feet, but this soldier towered above him, and then he craned his neck as if his neck was paining him, and the entire hall was in fits, because he was just using that to demonstrate the fact that he saw someone who was much taller than himself. He had these, moments of dry wit, and sometimes even directed at himself, and that, resonated with a lot of people who believed in his kind of, administration. Moving on, how do we begin to, cultivate this kind of leadership style, which is you know what to expect from your leader. You know by his antecedents, and, you know what is on the cover of the book is what is inside the book, as against, some of these compromises we see just for photo ops, and then when you take this on the saddle of leadership, the mantra, takes another turn entirely. We've seen that, the different color or faces of politicians before and after elections. Dr. Sanusi.
For me, I think just like we have a Yaradua Center, I think we need to institutionalize the memory of the president by opening, a center that would document his life and times, his values, his principles, what he stood for, what was his take on different aspects of life for people that would want to learn more about him. This doesn't need to be just also a physical place. It could also be online, so that the younger ones, can also benefit from it. Doctor mentioned earlier that now maybe we'd have to now put together all of those people that had written about him in the past, so that we have a repository, for those that want to, benefit. So I think that's important, to do. He didn't end up building a library like most former presidents do in the U.S., and as former President Obasanjo did as well. Maybe that's something that is worth considering as well. But what's important is that he has led a very good life, by example. That is a complete, definition of leadership by example, and servant leadership, selfless leadership. Sometimes you hear people saying, well, he was a selfish man. He only liked himself. I've heard commentaries like that. But then you'd realize, just like we discussed off camera, the people that are doing the right things are those that are defined as being difficult or selfish or whatever. And also, maybe some people would, from what I see, from my analysis of his life, for somebody that has seen the good, the bad, the ugly of Nigeria, that has fought to keep this country together, that has mingled with, all kinds of people from all walks of life, understands Nigeria very well, knows this is his own trajectory and this is light, and for other people, darkness. Maybe it was a strategy for him to stay aloof, because you reported that somebody said, reported that he was aloof. No, maybe it was a strategy, knowing what, he knows about Nigerians, and knowing that this is him, he can't deviate from this. Sometimes maybe it's a strategy to just remain aloof and just keep looking and remain silent,
All right, just in your picture there, just while Dr. Sanusi was speaking, we saw the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris Malagi, arriving the venue. That means, of course, many of the dignitaries who are at the airport, international airport in Katsina, are now in Daura. We are seeing the Defense Chief of Army Staff there, Lieutenant General Musa there, and other defense chiefs arriving the venue, signaling that activities will soon commence out here in Daura. So we're expecting very shortly the arrival of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the chief mourner, to arrive the venue. And of course, the state governors as well from different parts of the country also arriving at the venue, and that's just outside the compound of the former president. Let's take in the ambience of Daura right now and just have a feel of what is happening right there on ground in Daura.
Host, their counterpart and host governor, Umaru Diko Radda, at the government house, Kasana, from where they moved to the Umar Musa Adua International Airport, where they received all dignitaries from, even from the neighboring Niger Republic. There is a representation from the military leader, Abdurrahman Chani, led by the Prime Minister, as well as other dignitaries from Chad Republic and other parts of Africa who are coming to join in these important aspects of the final respect for late Nigerian leader Muhammadu Buhari, who passed away 2 days ago in London after a brief illness or prolonged illness, because he has been there for some time. Because some of the people of Daura were concerned that he was not able to celebrate the Eid al-Kabir here, which was a tradition for him. He came even when, as president, Eid al-Kabir was celebrated by him every year in Daura, but they missed him this Salah, and not knowing that they will miss him forever. So that was the statement by one of the mourners at his residence this morning. I can see the Minister of Information, the spokesperson to the federal government, Muhammad Idris, responding to questions while on his way to the
because it's on
helipad, because I can
Twitter.
see a number of media representatives who were initially prevented. They were told that they will only be allowed after the remains were brought in. So they are now interviewing the Minister of Information, and that is Alhaji Muhammad Idris. Told that the delay in the arrival of the remains of the late former president, which was earlier scheduled to be around 1 o'clock, and the prayer was to take place around by 2 p.m. It is about 6-hour journey between the European nation and Nigeria. But here we are. Already his remains have been received at the airport by President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which was conveyed by the Vice President Hashim Shettima alongside the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Bajabiamila. Alongside the alongside the remains with the family members and the federal government delegation drafted to London by President Bola Tinubu. There was a military parade, which is a tradition for any senior military personnel and a former commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And of course, definitely being a national state funeral to be led by the nation's commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Moment, a large crowd, everybody here is calm, mourning a great loss of a person who Nigerians and people across the world use and still using various beautiful adjectives to describe his life as an individual, as a leader, and as a citizen. But any moment from now, since you may wish to know that the distance between the Daura and Katsina is about 72 kilometers, which is about an hour drive between. But due to the nature of the trip and the large convoys of vehicles, so it may take longer time, because from the time the remains left the airport is more than an hour now, and that the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport is just very close to the Katsina Daura highway, so it's really not too far or not very not short as well, but delayed by the crowd and the long motorcade conveying the remains, and of course the president and other dignitaries who are coming to take part in the funeral rites, which will be the final, the last aspects of this state funeral for the former leader Muhammadu Buhari, and after the prayers he'll be laid to rest inside his residence here in Daura, Katsina State.
All right, live pictures from Daura now as the dignitaries who earlier arrived at the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina now arrived Daura for the final funeral rites for the former president, late President Muhammadu Buhari. We're seeing different ministers and past administrators in the country thronging the venue. We'll be looking at, we'll be, of course, mentioning some of them as we see them. Earlier we cited, of course, the Minister of Information ushering others into the venue. And our correspondent said the prayers will be offered around the helipad, but it seems as if there have been some changes to accommodate the crowd, as we can see in these shots. Like we earlier discussed, it seems as if the entire town of Daura has emptied to the compound of the former president to be a part of this event. And we can see there, of course, so many visitors to Daura today, a lot of leaders from the north, many of the eminent emirs already there, spiritual leaders, former administrators, talking about state governors, military administrators, current governors as well. And this has cut across party divide. We have seen the acting national chairman of the People's Democratic Party seated, even perhaps what looks like the sitting room there of the former president, talking about Umar Dramago, former governor Bello Masiri, and since so many of them there, of course, Chief of Army Staff there, Chief of Defense Staff arrived earlier as well, in company of other senior military officers, including most of the defense chiefs, all in attendance. And we're still seeing the arrival of more and more members of the diplomatic corps there. And in the background, you're seeing people, citizens and indigents of Daura and, of course, Katsina at large. So this has been how it has played out since the news of his passing, reached Nigeria on Sunday. There has been an outpouring of, solidarity, messages of commiseration from friends of the country, friends of the former head of state, people who know him, even those who did not, but understood and appreciated what he stood for, Dr. Korede.
It's a testament to the character, the nature of the person, Muhammadu Buhari. It's what we're looking at, the result of the kind of relationship he chose to have with people whilst alive, in public service. We heard earlier from the gentleman that worked with him, closely in the media, that Baba Buhari was a president that was unassuming, somebody that would like to be your friend. He gives you the first shot to just make you calm down, like you're discussing, you're coming to meet with a fellow human being, a friend of yours, a father figure. Don't think you're coming to meet with an eagle that has, a big fire on his head, as the case may be. So he has all this about him, yet not given away his integrous character that has built over the years and has made him. There's also a testament by a gentleman who fought alongside with him in the Civil War, a retired soldier who, by fate, happened to be my senior at my alma mater in secondary school, the Great Ibadan High School. Excuse me. He said to us, on the platform and then in writing, that at a time there was a change in government. In the 70s, they were looking for who, will rightly become the next Chief of Army Staff. Those who are the authorities, those who are in charge of that operation, suggested a Muhammadu Buhari to become the Chief of Army Staff because of his uprightness, because of his frugality, because of his integrity, because of his commitment and dedication to service. But along the line, they said, guy, if you make this man the Chief of Army Staff, he may not listen to us if we're about to change things and all that. He will just stand straight. He was younger, so he will do that at the time. So he did not become the Chief of Army Staff. They chose another person. A time came, another coup occurred, which he did not participate in. And they now had learned from the mistake they made earlier. They said they are now looking for somebody that now has integrity to become Nigeria's head of state, to lead, governance, which was, how he became the military head of state of Nigeria, based on his good character. So you can see a lot of people, not only in Daura. This incidents that we're seeing now is happening in various homes, millions of homes throughout Nigeria, throughout Africa, and worldwide. Amongst human beings on earth, leaders on earth, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, stands amongst those that you can, have, that has a place in the history when it comes to being an officer, a gentleman, a man of integrity, a man that is frugal, a good public officer that delivers on his words, that stands by his words and ensures that he delivers. A good example, or a father figure, to those who believe in him, to men and women of goodwill. We are not unmindful of naysayers, but we know that we'll keep doing the right things. We'll keep talking about Muhammadu Buhari as the right thing. And we'll just pray that people will see him as, a figure whose character, whose antecedents to be studied to guide them along life, as it had been in my own case. So that's the kind of thing we're looking at today.
All right. Very shortly, of course, we are expecting we'll get to the climax of today's activity very shortly as we continue to witness, of course, the movement of the VIPs and our international guests are there in Daura. I understand there was a slight delay in terms of the flight getting to Nigeria earlier. That perhaps, will be the cause of the fact while we were expecting this to begin at 2 for our viewers. Of course, the remains arrived earlier, about 3 o'clock, just before 3 o'clock in the Umar Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina, and has since proceeded for Daura. We're expecting the arrival in the next couple of minutes, since we have seen the arrival of the presidential delegation already, and some of the VIPs we earlier saw at the airport. Now that this has happened, sometimes events help to shape the course of an history and help shape the course of a nation. Dr. Kinshiju, you know much about the legacies in terms of the economics of Buharism, of the Buhari, tenure. Moving forward, are there things that we could pick up from his presidency for leaders of today and tomorrow in managing the affairs of the nation?
While it did not, in clear political definitive terms, described his leanings, his socio-political, economic leanings. But of course, scholars would easily situate him, in the context of a social democrat. And being a social democrat, it would be, of course, a first-line appeal, to the mass of the people. And in his own case, I think there was a profound linkage to the people at the base of the pyramid, for which he advocated, throughout those 8 years, for which, for the first time in the history of Nigeria's political economy, he created an office that, of course, evolved to become the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. And of course, one also had the unfortunate resistance of that concept by the larger class of Nigerian elites who thought that the activities of that office of social intervention, when it was first created, couldn't have been impactful. It wasn't until some of us also amplified that advocacy to say that it was not just about Muhammadu Buhari. It's actually a concept developed by the World Bank, and that this concept fitted properly into the advocacy of the president at that time. Because for him, where virtually the higher cadre of the political class and the economic class, as it were, benefited from the little meager resources that get into the public space, the larger number of Nigerians, and he inherited about 85 million, Nigerians living under the poverty line in 2015. And I think we also need to put that into historical perspective, as at that time we had 85 million Nigerians living under $1, the global poverty benchmark at that time, under $1 a day. And so this was a huge inheritance for him. It was a huge legacy to manage. So when he started, of course, to implement those interventions, people who couldn't understand the context of that intervention, and of course the context of the person behind it, where of course, how do I call it now? We're enraged, more or less, because I know I was involved in a number of social engagements with some of these otherwise highly knowledgeable Nigerians. But for him, it was an exercise that needed to be done and see to the end, because it was talking about taking Nigerians, millions of Nigerians out of poverty. And the first thing, the approach was first, let's stabilize these poor people. And that the economies of poverty is to state that these are potentials in redundancy. If you are able to create an economic agent or economic agency out of a human being that could not live sustainably, you are also adding to the capacity, or the economic capacity, of the nation. So I think the burden of poverty is still a major challenge for the Nigerian state, and there is still a need, to have focused programs, focused policies to circle out large numbers, of people in the poverty circles in Nigeria. Now, of course, that argument was also furthered by the World Bank, who also now moved from the financial definition of the monetary definition of poverty to the multidimensional poverty, to say that more than 135 million Nigerians were living in multi-dimensional poverty. And of course, it became a political information, that was not exactly, how do I call it, tolerance, tolerating for the political class, because the opposition was easy, to reference that figure. But again, for the Buhari regime, don't forget that at that time there was a huge advocacy around open toileting, There was a huge advocacy around increasing access to electricity, and a number of attempts to also, of course, bring into reality the implementation of the millennial goals, most of the millennial goals during this time in office. So for me, I can see a linkage anyway from what the Buhari regime did with what the present government is doing, and I define my linkage as even from the base of the party itself. The party that God used late President Muhammadu Buhari and the current president, H.E. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to establish. For the first time in more than 30 years, we could reference a political party that we could define easily what ideological standing they belong to, So I think going forward, there's just a need to create a more symbiotic linkage with what the late president was doing in terms of circling more Nigerians out of the poverty circle. It's very important. It's if you have a latency, the economic latency that we are talking about at this time, and I think so far with the economic reforms, the unintended effect had been an increase in the number of poor people, So, and that is why, yes, we have seen a lot of fiscal, fiscal rates, fiscal impacts at the macro level. We are seeing inflation rate is falling. Most likely, the benchmark MPR rate will fall by the time the next Monetary Council meeting, Monetary Policy Council meeting holds. We'll see some other, which will also translate to reduction in banking interest rates and all that. But everybody agrees that the millions of Nigerians that are the base of the pyramid are yet to feel it. So that should be a major focus. Everything should be done, to get to hit that large community. We are talking of more than 35% of the population. So if this government is able, of course, to achieve that, it would have been a major accomplishment. And of course, it will be an accomplishment that can be worthy of the memory, of late President Muhammadu Buhari.
Well, let's look at the policies very quickly, Dr. Korede. And a lot of people have said this, that you vote for parties, you don't vote for individuals per se, especially when you are looking at the legalese surrounding elections and all that. They say it's the party, that is the platform, you vote for the party and all that. But in terms of Buhari came to every election with his reputation. Whichever political party, be it CPC, AAPP, and eventually APC, he had his followership based on, a reputation he has built over time. And that resonates with me in terms of, being able to identify him with his particular character and what to expect from that character. Are we having that now in our polity? Especially, it's not a reputation built at the national level. It was built from his service in the military to the, positions he held while he was rising through the ranks. Are we having that now? And are will Nigerians queue behind such characters now as we, continue in our democratic journey?
That brings to mind the principle of party supremacy. Yes, the parties are the ones being voted for in every election, the political parties, officially by INEC. You vote for the party. Actually, you thumbprint for the party, not for the individual. But the party in itself, the owners of the party, the powers that be within the party, the management of the party, will look at personalities that has a history of good leadership, that has a good history of followership, those that will be the winning card for them. The personalities of these two amiable gentlemen, Muhammadu Buhari GCFR, now late, and the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, had built, political values for themselves over the decades. So irrespective of the political party they are representing or they are campaigning upon, they will always win any election whilst alive. So I don't want to say that their personalities, their persona, towers over the party, with due respect to what we have agreed to allow party supremacy, to take over our administration of politics, by INEC's council, to political parties. And this is how, you don't find people who will come into a party, spend all the monies and then ask the executives to park to one side while they rule over the party. There is party supremacy in Nigeria, despite the fact that our individuals, those candidates, are the ones that would have gotten, a good history, of good quality in terms of integrity, good governance, to ensure that when they become the candidate, they have the capacity to democratically win such elections for the party.
All right. Ms. Fessos, you listen to what Dr. Korede was saying just now. We saw a movement in 2015, what everybody now calls a coalition, they called it a merger. In 2015, in 2013, moved into 2014, and then eventually contested in 2015. AMPP, CPC, APC, and an element of ABGA being a part of that contraption. Now that we have, this meeting of minds, and we're seeing some of them now, still coming up based on their, yes, it was a merger, but we still see elements of those parties, in terms of their outlook to governance. We had people in the CPC bloc in that government, people of the APC extraction, the government, AMPP, as well as ABGA. What have we learned from that? Were they able to, under his supervision and during his presidency, were they able to fulfill their promises? What Nigerians were looking for in 2015? Why that was such a popular platform?
Yes. Like I said earlier, that when the president was elected, now late President Muhammadu Buhari, the expectation was high. People felt that indiscipline, corruption, and some other things were at the height of it. That if nothing is done, Nigeria was going to crash. Now, when he came, the body language thing we talked about, you could notice that for the first 3, 4, 5 months, things were right. And we started talking about body language. What that tells you is that we know how to do what is right. But for some reasons, for some benefit that we get from what is wrong, we refuse to do what is right. Now, normally, you are a Nigerian, and I wouldn't want to say that, but we also need to tell ourselves the truth. Whenever there is any system that is meant to check corruption, you will see people investing money on how to circumvent that system, spending so much money on how to, okay, this one just came. They said that one is very strong now. You cannot enter NTA now. If you are not a staff, if you don't have a card, if you don't have something that will make you enter, somebody will bring out millions of naira to see how they can circumvent that particular structure that has been put in place. So after about 6 months, for the first 6 months, people were studying how do we circumvent this man that is Megaskia, that's a man that does everything right. They were now also looking for how to infiltrate those that were appointed and those that were close to him. We started seeing things like snakes swallowing money and some other things in the country. But the thing is, as far as Buhari was there at that time, from what we saw, those CPC voices, ANPP, ABGA, and some other people, they were silent. Once Buhari is there, Buhari is there. It was about Nigeria. But whenever they want to discuss things at the regional level, we will not be able to say, okay, Dr. Korede here is light-skinned, I'm dark-skinned, let us do. By the time we come to Fisayo is talking to every one of us as panelists, and nobody is light-skinned, nobody has another color. So while he was holding sway as the president of this country, those were also voices. And don't forget that first 2 years, governance. Every other thing is next politics. So immediately that politics comes, you discover that those other smaller voices will begin to speak out more, because politics is very local. What we have in Abuja here is not politics, except if you are from FCT. Yeah. What we have here is people coming from those regions. So when the noise, the CPC block, the ANPP block, the ACN and the ABGA, a part of it, when they want to get the next power, you begin to see voices coming. After all, you were not there. After all, you were not this. After all, you were not this. But Buhari tried as a president to be able to unite. But you can never, I would say, you cannot silence these voices, because they came together as a coalition that we are calling them now. Then it was a merger to form the government. But when they go back, there are still places like, I'm from Delta State, or up until very recently, they will tell you that go and sleep. Delta is PDP, and nothing can be done. So if that PDP should come into a coalition, when we go back to Delta, the PDP's voice will be louder than any other coalition that you'll be hearing. But as far as we're coming to Abuja, the one united front will be louder. So Buhari tried as much as possible to create that one Nigeria image, but going back to the states, because politics is local, we see how those voices that were echoing.
I'm coming back to you, sir, but let me just take Dr. Sanusi on this. You know, the former coordinating minister of the economy, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo, while I was the head of WTO, right now, World Trade Organization, mentioned that when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. And we continue to see that play. Is it a flaw in our administrative process even when you come with good intentions? There are people, there are so-called some cabal, some whatever contraption you want to call it, just staying there waiting to make sure that you score an own goal.
Well, good intentions alone do not curb corruption. You need to put structures in place. You need to, introduce technology. You need to study, do your research, study the system, understand where the loopholes are, and where you need to replace, manual, services or services provided by human beings. If it's going to be better to use machines or, technology, you do it. And then you have mechanisms, to check at every point. A Buhari is required, right, at the helm for corruption to dissipate. But then him alone cannot do it without having all of these structures in place. I remember when he just came in, some people started returning money, some people were running away, going on exile. People just thought it was going to be like it was in 1983. But, obviously it couldn't be like that because the processes are different now. There needs to be investigation. You need to be found culpable. You need to go to court. The court needs to do their bit. At all of these stages, corruption is involved. It's quite sad. So it's difficult if it's something that most people, citizens, staff of agencies, even staff of anti-corruption agencies, staffs in the judiciary, everybody is in the business, except you. And when he tried,
it's a business now.
It's a business. It's a way of life. Unfortunately, I remember when he tried, to arrest some judges. You remember corrupt judges? He had facts and everything. So how can you carry a corrupt judge to be tried within his domain and expect that he would come up without having a clean? I mean, with having his image rubbish. They see it as this is one of us. We should not allow this to happen because it's sending a wrong signal. So how best can you do it? He tried that, it didn't work. There was a backlash. Even within the anti-corruption agency, a head of the agency had to be removed, because of all of this. But then I also noticed something was happening. People that were close to Buhari that knew that he didn't like corruption or anything associated with corruption, they latched on that and used it to also displace some of their enemies that were not necessarily corrupt. Because once you tell a Buhari that this person is corrupt, you have already spoiled his mood. And if it's somebody that he likes, the best he can do is to say, okay, let the person step aside, let him be investigated, especially if you bring some sort of concocted evidence that, okay, the person is. Most of the time, if you go and investigate those people, you find out that they were innocent. It happened on 1 or 2 occasions during the last administration that I remember of. People try to use the fact that he doesn't like corruption to, fight. But it's a good thing to have a leader that is known for his stance against corruption. But beyond that, we need to put checks, balances in place. Under him, there was TSA, there was, different things that were introduced into our system through the Ministry of Finance, through the Accountant General Office to check, corruption, which I felt, were good innovations. But to what extent were we able to do that? Because in all aspects, from procurement to even budgeting, to even, payments, all of those, you find loopholes in corruption. So to what extent was he able to, curb it? is what we're talking
Dr. Korede Martins wanted to make an intervention.
Yes, just an intervention just for quick second. Yeah, there was, an advocacy, subtle advocacy, with respect to the imperative of the government looking through ensuring that the macroeconomics that we've been developing over time actually comes micro. That is for people to now benefit, at the grassroots, from policies of government. And this speaks to, the vision of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, at the speech at the National Assembly, second tenure. It's 2 years anniversary, second anniversary. The second anniversary as president. And he said that, yes, the first 2 years we've addressed macroeconomics, we're seeing. But by this third year, that we're latching on to, and the budget 2025 that will commence as soon as National Assembly, reconvenes properly after all this, we'll deal with microeconomics, to which, they've budgeted a lot of money for things that will go to, micro businesses, small and medium enterprises, starting with the will be expanded, student loan scheme that a lot of parents who can't afford to, train their children in universities and polytechnics are benefiting, from. They're looking at per local government 1 million, nano businesses being supported, looking for, how small, medium-scale enterprises will be given single-digit loans. And at the larger scale, if you're a manufacturer and you have, excuse me, you own a factory that is verifiable and you want to resuscitate your factory. Once they found out that you truly, running this business, you need money. 1 billion naira will be available through Central Bank of Nigeria to do this single-digit, credit for you. So all these are embedded in this 2025, budget that is oncoming. So we're trusting that once, National Assembly reconvenes properly after all these national programs, the life of the 2025 budget will take effect, and all this will be. So that will put pay and answer to the imperatives and that
I want to latch out on some of the, submissions of Dr. Sanusi Mohammed, where he, works, I don't know whether it's pro bono or just closely with the Central Delivery Unit of Nigeria, under the Special Advisor on Policy. And, there's concept and there's the implementation of that policy. And that's where sometimes the human interface fails in terms of, making sure that this gets there. For instance, let's look at the issue of removal of subsidy and the windfall that has come at the state level, to just start with that. Sometimes almost triple some of the monies that they've collected, more than double in some cases, in some months. And just as we're having that discussion, we can see in our shots Senator Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with the Governor of Borno State, Professor Umaru Babagana Zulum, all coming into the compound of the former head of state, arriving the venue now. Recall that it was Vice President Kashim Shettima who went all the way to London to bring back the remains of the late former president, and now they've arrived at the venue of the event now in Daura. We just saw them coming in. So I understand that they are leaving the residence for the helipad where the prayers will be held by the Imam there of Daura. Will get there with the ambience and the commentaries shortly once our colleagues are ready. Just before we join them, we're just talking about concepts and making these policies work. So we've seen the governors receive much more than they were receiving. Now disbursement and making sure that people get, in terms of sectoral impact in their states is where perhaps some of the states are stuck in terms of the citizens feeling directly why the objective of removing the subsidy and making sure that Nigerians directly benefit from the removal of the subsidy with increment in the allocations to the state. But the citizens are saying, we can see the AC, but we are not feeling the bills.
Yes, I'd say that advocacy should be directed to the citizens of the state. You see, Mr. President and the current federal administration, as you rightly said, has given, increased budgetary allocation to states and local governments, which is unprecedented, in our annals of governance in Nigeria. So civil society organizations, advocates and all that should encourage citizens of each state to ask their governors questions, to write letters, to go ahead with subtle campaigns, to demand for how these monies are being spent every 30 days. They come to the Federal Ministry of Finance, and the 1.6, 1.5, 1.7 trillion naira is shared between the three tiers of government, and governors go away with tens of billions of naira per state, and local governments get theirs directly. So people need to direct advocacies towards that. The federal government is doing what they could in terms of providing infrastructure, and promised that we'll go into actually ensuring that citizens benefit. But the president of Nigeria can only do the best by ensuring he allocates enough money to your governor. And it's the duty and responsibility of your governor and his cabinet to ensure that that translates into assisting the citizenry. After all, there cannot be a federal government without local government and states. Nigeria is made up of the 774 local governments and FCT and the states. Federal government is not, geographically Nigeria. The geographical expression of Nigeria are the 774 local governments are embedded in states, that is the states and the FCT. So, and we have governors who are educated, governors who are experienced, governors that are voted for by the people. So our advocacy should go to the people of each state to make demands of their excellencies, for them to bring to account what they are doing with these monies they are receiving from the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR every month.
All right, to understand the prayer is taking place, we'll take you to the arena.
Hello, Doc.
wanda sa akwai wani wajen Hassan ma yana taimaka mai cin gurin mai amma na ba a fita ke shi ba da kunci ne yake nan za a fara yanzu ba kama ganin ma mai ke faruwa mutanen can ma da zo ba kina rike wuri amma sun shiga wancan fili waje wasu ne shiga baya ko motoci a waje ne ba kama ganin komai da sarakunan na da suna hada su aka kulle a'a sun yi ne shiga sun ga yanayin mutane ba hanya ya cika ba ina zai amma su da baya
kamar an kawo babu hanya suka tsaya don duka ya can duka sai a yi sahu mana kawai ne kawai da sai a ce na nan shi sai a yi sallah sai a yi sahu kawai ganin sanu biyayi ba ta da sallah ba da dole shi nan kamata su kashi da fito yi iska ba gaba ɗaya
ka gane in wa'ancan sarakunan suka fita rihe gurin za su yi da sauran sai su ba mutane can ba sa tafiya ne can a tsaye suke ka gane magana na ka gano kamara ta sadanta ma wani mutane sun san kansu
yau kuna ina
ai ni ne ba wake a ce wasu su kike wasu yau kuwa yau ya shi ya shi
ina gaya ma muna nan duka muna nan an samu cikin helifat amma kuma duka ba abin da wanda ya sa abin da yake a waje ta zo na asali yanzu karfe 5 a ka ga maka yan jarida su kansu ba za su iya baka labari ni da ba ga muna wallahi ba abin da wannan zai baka ina gab da yanki yanki yasa wallahi wallahi ga yau wannan ba zai ga cewa wallahi sana kuna yin ka shiga kuma su kan an ce wai a fita sun rasa hanyar fita su kan wallahi su kan su sanye da ba su yi organizer abin ba ya tuta muna nan mu ne ga muna mun za a harata Allah ai ba wannan bane wannan nan cikin da ake na cikin wancan ai na shigo ga wannan ku ka shigo okay wannan shigo wannan assalamu alaikum wallahi ina can amma ina wannan gwamna abin da hoce ba wuce rabi abin ne kawai Allah ya hankali ai yanzu ba ya sallafo ko an yi yanzu kun za ku riga gaya mana wannan muna sauraro ina tare da su ba a kan mic ne ke yasa Baba, sallan ne? Za a fara. Sallan za a can waje? Yanzu muka gudu. Ya ce kai ne kakar dama za mu tambaye ka. Kai kake ganin wanda bai ganuwa. Kai ke kallon kowa. An kulle ma na kai ita ma da muka shigo ya kare mana.
Bari ya ba su kana. Security. Yana kallon TV ne? Wace sai ji magana shi. Ba a yi ba. Kuna take. Yake hoyi ne kake. Ina ga a yanzu dai za a yi ana yin sallah mutum sai ya waje dama na so a yan karama ce ni na toma da ita dama ajiye abuna ne na to da wata kagaci layi ne kawai zan da sau za a yi sallah zo mu je nan sallah an fara ne amma ni ba fara ba laifin ka ne wuta ai ba ya gano laifin ya bi mu الله أكبر an gama samu gama daga zukatan mu samu cika
Okay, that was the funeral prayer led by the Chief Imam of Daura and attended by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in honor of late President Muhammadu Buhari. And the place was, the helipad was too full that the funeral had to be conducted outside and with the remains inside the because of the there. And ambulance is now being moved out of the premises or the surrounding of the helipad to the residence of the late leader, where he'll be laid to rest within the courtyard of that private residence here in Daura. Attracted where he lived. He lived a significant portion of his life here, especially when he left the military and after leaving office as president, the 15th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Indeed, the people of Daura are in a state of mourning, though it's a national mourning. There is 7 days declared by the president as days of mourning. Flags are flying at half-mast and all ministries, departments, and agencies directed to open condolence register at the entrances of their various offices in honor of the great leader who is now receiving the final respect from the nation he served for several decades, because he joined the military in 1962, so he has been serving the country for more than 6 decades. 1962 to 2025 is exactly 63 years. Now the president, vice president, emir of Daura, ministers and all dignitaries are moving towards the residence of former President Muhammadu Buhari, which is located not far away from this helipad here in Daura. It's about 250 meters away from this place, and it is there within the courtyard he will be laid to rest, which is the final respect in his honor. And the 7-day mourning continues till Sunday next weekend. And the third day fidel prayer is expected to be held tomorrow morning, that is Tuesday, at his private residence, and is expected to be attended by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, who has been with the family of the deceased, together with the Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Bajabiamila. And the prayers is part of the morning, is an additional activity after the funeral prayers to seek Allah's mercy and forgiveness upon a deceased person. And of course, thousands of people are here and join in doing so, and more are expected to do it again at the fidel prayer, which with Vice President Kashim Shettima, who representing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on that occasion. Now we are expecting to see if our colleagues can get it, the location of the burial within the courtyard of his private residence here in Daura.
Lots of off records, man.
Lots.
Sure.
The prayers have been concluded as supervised by the chief imam there, and then of course the Emir of Daura present also, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima, all witnessed the prayer, and now the movement is to the family compound of the late president, and where he will be buried at his courtyard. We're seeing shots of his final resting place on your left there. That's where the remains are being awaited by members of his family, close associates, as well as dignitaries who have come to witness the exercise. Sometimes religion humbles you. After traversing the whole world, you come back and then you see the final resting place, then you know that man is just on a journey.
Yes.
Dr. Sanusi.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think, this is deliberate. God wants us to understand that this life is transient, and that, as he has written in various holy books, there is a life after this life, and do not try to make this life your final abode by, acquiring what you don't require. If you look at the final resting place of our former beloved president, Muhammadu Buhari. You see that it's just a small square inch of dog, place, soil for him, to rest eternally. This is also a lesson for everyone, really, whether you are in office, whether you're a big man, whether you are, just a poor person. We are all going to die. Every soul shall taste death, and that will be your final resting place. Everything you've acquired, all the houses, all the vehicles, all the money that we all strive for, you're not going with anything. Yeah, you're only just going to go there with your legacy, your good deeds, and all the shortcomings that you have. And at the end of the day, you account to your Creator. So there's a big lesson there for people that think. But then it's just we sit down and just sorrowfully talk about these things. But by the time the president is laid to rest, after 2-3 days, everybody will just go about their normal business again, which is also a lesson in itself that just like late President Buhari lived his life, he didn't really care about what people were saying. He had a focus, he had his principles and his legacy that he wanted to leave behind. And he knew that at the end of the day, he would be alone. So if he cared about what people said and he did things that were not right, now he's alone. He's now with his Creator. He now has to account. So we shouldn't toe that part of, doing what's wrong just to please human beings. We should also always strive as individuals, as leaders, to be fair and firm, to stand on what's right, and then at the end of the day, you know that you're going to account for it.
All right, we're seeing former governor of Nasarawa State there, Alhaji Tanko Almakura. All of them are moving into the compound of the former president to give him a befitting farewell as the funeral burial rites are about to commence. Earlier we saw the governor of Borno State, Professor Umar Babagana Zulum, also getting into the compound there, and we are waiting the president as well. Will also be at the burial site as well, and close associates and members of his immediate family are there as well, including the governor of Katsina, who has been welcoming people into Katsina State and now the compound. As you can see, that's the final resting place of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Like Dr. Sanusi said earlier, from the big residence of the villa and different places around the world, for man, at the end of the day, it's not much more than just the size of your body laid to Mother Earth. And politicians there as well will know that what remains of the dearly departed president are his works and the mark he left on the various places he worked and people he impacted upon. Dr. Kinshiju.
So that's the Holy Bible tells us, that it's good to go to a place of burial, than to go to a place of celebration, because when you are partaker in such, you understand the imputation of existence itself and the reason for life. That it's a reminder to all humans alive that one day we will depart. How we depart will also be determined by ourselves. But the truth of the matter is, no matter how we departed, there's just a small space for us, in the ground, and that it is a memory of what we have done. It is the numbers of people we have impacted. It is how the extent to which we have developed, if we are empowered, develop our environment that people would remind us about. Because the reality, and as we are seeing, is that life itself is not about, it's not in the assets we acquire. It is actually in the number of people that fondly remember us, And perhaps this has a way, I am not a prophet, I am not so religious, but I believe that this has a way of also following whoever departs this world into the other world that I also believe in. If you had impacted people very well, especially where you had been a beneficiary of the collective. And I'm saying, for instance, you represent the interest of people in your constituencies, in your local governments, in your country. You are the custodian of the aspirations, the needs of these millions of people, these multiple numbers of people. In what way have you been able to serve the purpose for which they have invested in you? And that perhaps makes politics, in my mind, perhaps the most strongest, the highest, the climax, the peak of all responsibility required of humans, Because at every point in time, in the gathering of people, there will be leadership that are supposed to serve the needs of the people. And we are the people that invested their trust, their confidence in you. How have you been able to return to deliver, their expectations and all that? We sit there today, Howards, and it's not just in this studio alone, and I'm very sure studios in various parts of this country, perhaps various parts of the world, talking about this great man, because in different ways he had impacted us. And some of us can actually stick out our neck and say that in truth and indeed, we testify to the fact that this man lived like this and as this. But how many politicians that had walked the face of the heart of Nigeria can we also reference, and give testimony to about this? So we pray that as we evolve as a country, as a nation, that we have more people that would determine, to give more of themselves to the people, especially when they find themselves in position of responsibilities. And it's not just about politics. Even in the civil service, either at the federal level, at the state level, at the local government level, it's important that essentially we have the determination to serve, and indeed to serve in deed and in truth.
What's the first thoughts, Fifen?
Doc has said it all. There is a quote from my pastor in those days as a growing up younger man, that I would die empty. It means that when it is time for me to go, there will be nothing that I should have done that I did not do. Looking at that grave, I took note of the firewood. Did you see the piece of wood?
Yes. So
there.
that's what they used to cover.
Yes, with all the glamour, with everything. I've been to that compound. I know how big the compound is. And if you look at the size of the grave, it's an inconsequential fraction of the whole of the compound. And this is a man, he died in London. He was flown here to Katsina, to Daura, even to his compound, and now he's ending somewhere there. So the question should now be, with all these our bragado, as it were, to what end? I'm a journalist. I've done that for a couple of years, and I can tell you how some people, Doc made a statement that, especially if you were made by the collective, that is, some that enjoyed scholarship, some that the state trained, they are the ones that will now oversee a system where the children of the rich can no longer afford that same education or afford the basic necessities of life. When you finish all this, let's even assume that you are not a Muslim, your grave might not be like this, but we still have the normal standard of 6 feet, and it will not be too big. The best you can get is to have a tomb house over you, and the tomb house too is not also a very big building. So at the end of it, we will all end somewhere. So now that we are alive, to those that are serving, to those that are reporting, to those that are holding one position or the other, you will either be remembered by the problems you created or the ones that you solve. So it is a time for us to look inward, look at ourselves, look at the positions that we have been given in the past, how we used it, look at the position that we are currently occupying, and for some of us that are also aspiring to have positions, what will you do when you eventually get there? Dr. Ruben Abati, I remember he wrote something when he left with President Jonathan. He said, the phones are no longer ringing, meaning that when you leave that position, this your larger-than-life attitude, thinking that you have everything, thinking that you are in control of everything, will no longer be there. And at the end of the day, it will just be you, what you have done, and that little grave where you will end. And for those of us that believe in the life hereafter, you also account to your Creator how you spent your time. So it's actually a time of sober reflection, not for the dead anymore, because he is done with his own. It's for those of us that are still left, and nobody is going to leave this world alive. I remember a colleague that wrote part of the tribute he wrote for President Buhari. He said, oh, you have gotten there. The rest of us are on the way. We are coming. And somebody said, why would you write something like that? He said, for each day you wake up, you sleep, you wake up, you are getting closer to your grave. And that is the truth. So whatever privileged position you have, the power that you have, make a difference while you still can make that difference. I don't like this part. As a journalist, when you interview people that have occupied offices before, you see them talking about some of their regrets, some of the things they were supposed to do. Some of them will even be encouraging the incumbent. This is what you should have done. But we normally ask them, while you were there, why didn't you do it? If you know that this is right, you should have done it while we were there. But give and take is a lesson to every one of us. And we pray that this will also serve as a lesson. The highest position in Nigeria is the position he has occupied, not once, but twice. And he was also a governor and some other positions that he had in this country. So if you can get to the position of a president of the Federal Republic, and at the end, that is where you are buried, no matter who you are in this country, no matter the money you have made in this country, one day you will also go this way, and you'll be remembered by the legacies that you leave behind. So it's actually a sober time for every one of us. And we hope that those of us that are still breathing can learn from this, not just to participate in talking about Buhari. Buhari has finished his own. It is left for us now to also use the time that we have left, so that when we also leave, people can say good things about us. It might not be in this setting where the world is saying one or two about the president, but in that your little corner, also make sure that you make your impact felt, and people also celebrate you.
Dr. Korede Martins.
Yeah, I like to say to my brother, not to worry, your appointment is on the way.
Thank you very much.
Well, the man Muhammadu Buhari, he came, he saw, he has conquered. He has left the stage for you, I, and us, collective. The stage is there for us to continue, act the roles that we are performing. And the end, it doesn't matter, number of decades to come, the end shall still come for this mortal body with time. So what will determine where you end up will be your activities as your relationship with the fellow human beings, what you do actually. So let's make it positive, let's make it goodly, let us make it a rewarding relationship between us and fellow human beings. And by the special grace of the Almighty, the hereafter, positivity, Al-Jannah shall be our portion.
All right, Doctor, let's look at, politically. We've been talking of 10 million, 8 million, 10 million, 8 million that he returned in many of, even 12 million, that he returned in many of those elections. Is that movement still on, or is it just about the man?
Well, the movement to a large extent, I'd say, is still on. We cannot say 100% that it's there, because recently you find some actors, try to shift base and form a, quote-unquote coalition. That is the actors in 2015. Some of them, very few, though. But with the governance structure of the current administration, the Buhari movement and the Renewed Hope movement, agenda movement, forms now a larger political group, a larger political force that will, pave way to improving upon the political gains and the numeracy of those that voted Muhammadu Buhari. So the movement is still on. It's larger. Positive democratic political force is on. We believe in Buhari, and we're carrying on with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
I may have to pose the same question to, Dr. Kinshiju. Do you still believe in that bloc, or are there splinters based on political realities?
Of course, there are splinters. We are tracking them. Because the truth is that whatever Buhari does is our heritage. The Buhari movement itself is a political heritage, and some of us that are also politically inclined claim it. We determine that we are part of it. And more consciously is the fact that we have a continuation of that heritage in the present government, federal administration, led by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And why I say that is because essentially and in profound ways, either so many people agree or not, it is evolving for us to understand the reality of an ideologically driven political environment, which these two people share, So if we describe Buhari as a social democrat, we describe Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a social democrat. And we see a congruence of sorts in the policies they believe in the policy they have conceptualized under different circumstances, but essentially we are seeing that it dovetails to the people. And that's the most important thing. And therefore, if Buhari's immediate objective was to, of course, elevate the economic standing of millions of people that found themselves in the poverty community, and it is also becoming clear, that Tinubu's principal objective is in a bigger way to also elevate this large number of people, onto away from the poverty community. So there's a coalition of thought, and I'm deliberately using the word coalition here because it had become perhaps the most popular cliché, as it were, in the Nigerian political lexicon over the last how many weeks. I'm abused in the real sense of it, because when you talk about coalition, you're talking about a convergence of thoughts, a convergence of activities of a number of people who have an objective, to achieve. The merger of starting 2013 and crystallized in 2015 tells us a story of how people from different diverse political leanings could come together and under a single individual form a political direction that drives towards a principal, objective. And we are talking about APC today because there are reference milestones that party, that group of people had, survived. There have been turbulence, there have been storms, But we see that rather than threats of destruction, we are seeing a stronger, unified platform. And while some people that, perhaps we also talk politics here, while some people are trying to compare the merger of 2015, crystallized in 2015, with the coalition of 2025, I asked, what exactly is the basis for that comparison? One, the driving forces that culminated in the 2015, what do you call it, merger, is lacking in the coalition we are seeing. In that merger, we saw the fact that politicians from different leanings, from different proclivity, were coming as a result of dissatisfaction with the policies that were being conceived and implemented at the federal level, you know. And you saw not just ordinary people who were disgruntled, who could not access power. You saw people who were in power, determined to change things. And perhaps that was why change became, you know, the reference phrase of that era. So to a large extent, I believe that the Nigerian political space is still deserving of the vision of Buhari, because you have that millions of people that desires leadership, you know, of the kind of class that Buhari was was ready to give. And I think in a large manner, and I'm not just being partisan here, I think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has determined to also provide, or even, it's not even about provide. If we track back to President Tinubu's period in Lagos State, and we can reference what he did as governor, you know, it's easy for us, of course, to extrapolate and situate that at the federal level and determine the fact that from where Buhari left, this president is taking off. And is going to take off with those 12 million voters. And this will reflect in 2027. I am sure of that. Because those voters will be looking out for somebody that will crystallize their aspirations, you know. Look at some of these policies in place, especially the tax acts. When you see the tax acts, it tells you without any doubt the fact that you had somebody who is the head of a sovereign administration ready to impact the lives of the Nigerian poor. Because that's what the tax act is all about. It's not about increasing revenue. Yes, we generate revenue, increase revenue, but it's more about elevating the economic status of millions, more than 30% of the Nigerian people that are limited in the economic class. So I believe the nature of politics that we will experience going into 2027 will be very, very, very different, you know, from the ones we have been experiencing before. Because this is not going to be about 12 million votes plus. So.
All right, we'll soon we are looking at live pictures from Daura, the streets leading to the residence of the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, late President Muhammadu Buhari. Very shortly, we would give you live pictures from the gravesite as Nigerians and eminent Nigerians, family members enter into the compound. As once we get steady pictures from there, naturally there will be some push and shove as you are getting closer to, you know, the gravesite. We showed you pictures from the gravesite, but very shortly we would be back there once our cameramen get steady shots from there. But this is just the street outside the fence of the house, and then we'll get better pictures shortly. As you can see, outside broadcast vans from different media establishments also trying to get a vantage point to capture the moment. While we reflect on this, Doctor, this is just a day, but it is perhaps to reflect on the entire life of a man who has served the nation, in some cases made some controversial comments himself and handled controversial situations, and, you know, but for one thing, he remained steadfast to his beliefs, and in his own way for 8 years, tried to shape the direction of state. As we begin to, round off, and of course, once we get signals and then wrap up the funeral rites, we will also be left with our thoughts of him as the nation bids him farewell. But in terms of, public administration, which you are a part of, what are your takeaways from the life he lived and the farewell being given to him by Nigerians?
Well, my takeaway is that you need to just generally be a good person. You have to have principles, you have to have integrity, you have to live for something and die for something. And you have to have the understanding that there is a higher calling which everybody should strive to. Ultimately, as Muslims, we believe that we are here to worship our Lord, our Creator. And by so doing, any sphere of life that you find yourself, whether it's public service, whether it's civil service, whether it's just business, your relationship with people and how you project that worship in terms of your relationship is also part of worship. But then let me intervene in the previous question that you asked about this 12 million votes, whether it's now
still intact or
yes,
there are splinters.
First of all, God gives power. And General Muhammadu Buhari's consistent 12 million votes, has been a product of hard work over the years. And for me, the way I see it, would have been happy as APC if he were alive in 2027 to come and also raise the hand of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It would have made things easier. But for those that were relying on that to happen as a way of cheat, to easy way to win the election, well, President Muhammadu Buhari is no more. But then the God that gives power to whom he wants is still there, and he will remain there forever. So while we go back spiritual to pray to God to give us that direction, especially in this difficult time that we've lost a colossus and someone that we all converge around, it is also important for us to reflect and use his demise to re-strategize, right? If we're planning, and one of our plans was relying on him, now he's no more. And the votes are there. They are like lost sheep now. It's going to be splinters. We're going to have different people trying to, the coalition, they are trying to grab their share, APC governors, APC stakeholders. It will take a while before we have a figure as General Muhammadu Buhari that will have these 12 million votes. But the votes are there. APC will definitely inherit the bulk of it. But then we need to work hard to get more people from this coalition. We need to prevent our base from falling into the hands of the coalition. Because the truth is, as a politician, I'm not oblivious of the fact that a coalition or a merger that we did back in 2013 that...
All right, let's very shortly, we'll get pictures from the family compound and the final resting place. As you can see now, the body is very close now. So we are getting close to, we are getting close now to getting to, lay the remains of the president to rest in his compound. So we are getting close to it now, and very shortly, this would, culminate. I think there should be some prayers as well before that is done. Perhaps you can give us an idea of what to expect in the next few minutes.
The main prayer has been done, which is the janaiza. Right now, they would, fix the grave properly, set it in such a way that he can fit in, the way that it's recommended in Islam. And he will now be buried, the grave will be covered. But then, before this is done or after it's done, you would have maybe the imam there or a preacher there that would just generally talk about life and death and just a sermon. And that's about it. He will be buried and everybody will depart. And then other people that wish to, give the final respect and just offer some prayers this is the time to do it. Although this is a continuous thing, but they would continue to do that.
It is now time for the oration to be rendered by the Chief of Defense Staff and Forces of Nigeria, General CG Musa A.F. Amsa. The CG, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, Excellencies, here present. I, officers of Nigeria, have the singular privilege to read the oration of our former president, our former general, who has distinguished himself in the service of our motherland. Then President Muhammad Buhari was born on 17 December 1954 and hails from the Rabica Valley area of the state. After his primary school education, he attended provincial institute of Nigeria and obtained his first African and starting military training in the Nigerian Collection. Then he trained as an academy Alison, United Kingdom, where he commissioned in Iraq as second lieutenant and general officer.
With tasty Tom tomato mix, you can cook any of your customers' favorite meals.
No color changing like.
It's thick. A little is enough to get your desired quantity.
Buhari attended several courses while he performed credibly. Some of the courses include Young Class Course, Platoon Commander's Course, Mechanical Transport Force Course, Commander Staff Course College in Ghana, and Army War College Course United States. During his Young Officers Course, he worked very hard at the intensive training. He demonstrated commendable stamina during practical exercises and in advanced conditions. During his Commander Staff Course in India, he was a sincere, hard-working officer who was quick to learn. He demonstrated the ability to comprehend the implications of most situations and apply tactics to arrive at the During his Army War College course, he was a well-read and articulate professional who demonstrated a vast range of knowledge and specifically related issues. He could read through Nigerian issues to identify the source of the threat and make appropriate proposals and ambitions. He displayed a thorough understanding of issues, together with a remarkable ability to deal with a wide range of complex issues in Nigeria. He was intellectually fluent, completely and profoundly specific views. His intimate knowledge of foreign political military problems made him one of the people to go for Afghanistan. His outstanding quality of conducting research, communication skills, and knowledge were amply brought to bear during the course. Late President Muhammad Buhari proved his mettle as a professional military officer while he served and held several command, staff, and international appointments. Some of the appointments are platoon commander in Nigeria, 7th Battalion, Mechanical Transport Command at Lagos Garrison Transport Command, Company Commander 20 Brigade, Transport Company. The former trainer also served during the Civil War as Battalion Adjutant and Battalion Commander in 2 Infantry Battalion. He was during the Secretary of 1 Infantry Division. He just placed on Army Commander Secretary of 1 Infantry Division. He placed Division on Army Division Commander. He was former Commander Infantry Brigade, Assistant General Headquarters 1 Infantry Division, Colonel General Staff Headquarters 3 Division, Acting Director of Supply and Transport and Contingent Member in United Nations Peacekeeping Force in Congo. Towards the twilight of his career in the military, he served as Deputy Secretary Army, Minister of the State of the State Legislature, Chair of the Federal Petroleum Corporation and Federal Commissioner of Petroleum and Energy. There are also immediately after the it's not even good for your body. The letter between the head of state, the chief commander of the armed forces of Nigeria, and President Muhammad Buhari. ensure the good personal wealth go to global platforms like those healthcare provisions. The administration also work with regional and international partners to address cross-border personal welfare through salary increments, better housing and healthcare provisions. The administration also and consistently pay for the tax.
Of former President Muhammadu Buhari being read by the Chief of Defense.
Citation of former President Muhammadu Buhari and of course his military accomplishments being read out by the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General C.J. Musa there, talking about his accomplishments and the what he has done in different postings. Already talking about, it's more or less sounds like an eulogy because he served in various capacities in the army, and the citation is being read by the Chief of Defense Staff. As you rightly said earlier, he served with distinctions in different formations before he got more recognitions by being the governor of Northeast and of course Borno State. You can see in the background the Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima still looking quite sad and contemplative in the background there, and the president is just out of camera, but more to the left of the shot, all watching the process.
Again, Democrats. So in 2007, we followed suit the same thing, the same pattern.
Okay. This is TVC visual.
So very shortly, the Nigerian flag that was draped over him now being folded by officers and men of the Nigerian Armed Forces. Looking at the process, of course, this is befitting for a former military, of course, a former general who was an asset to the Nigerian military, throughout his active life.
Yes, very befitting indeed, and it just can't get better than this. Once a life of service in the military right from when he was 19 years old as a young commissioned officer. He served in various formations of the Nigerian Army and then rose, to the senior officers' ranks to, hold positions to which credibility, was the order of the day for him till he became the head of state of Nigeria. Left the military and then became chairman Petroleum Trust Fund and came back again to become Nigeria's democratically elected president twice. It cannot just get better for someone. It's a lesson to be learned by each and every one of us that everything that Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, now late, stood for is what we as Nigerians need to stand for if we're going to have this kind of honor and accolade, in our last day on earth. Naysayers can say whatever, but you go ahead and achieve 1% of what this gentleman has achieved. Then we'll say that probably you're still trying. Now this is honor personified. It's a national honor given to somebody who came as an unassuming young lad and rose through the ranks. Today, he's been honored by his country. He's been honored by all the supporters. He's been honored by presidents. He's been honored by leaders of thought worldwide. He's been honored by the international community. And that stands for him. It's an honor to his family. I said earlier in the morning that amongst his 10 children, there's no verifiable negative controversy about them. It has to do with the father figure, the way he trained his children as a father who was always available to do that. The way he brought up his wife. And of course, when the first wife passed, the second wife came, had her own children for him as well. Now you can see them by the burial side. This shows you that he was a man of dignity, that has been buried here today. A true leader of Nigeria, a man of conscience, a man of honor, a man that is frugal in every respect of it. You can see a conundrum of even opposition members, in the political space. They're all here with him. Retired generals are here. Former national chairman of political parties are here. Generals that are serving are all here. This can't just be better than this. It's a big lesson for each and every one of us to learn.
Please, can you explain to us exactly what is happening now, Dr. Sanusi?
Okay, so he needs to be buried with the white on the white wrapper, and they are just going to lay him to rest in his grave now. There are specific ways that he needs to be positioned. So I'm sure, with the imam there and everyone there, they will make sure that he's positioned rightly. And once that is done, there's a process of covering, the grave. You will have some, those wool that you saw there earlier, the wood there, they will be arranged, accordingly. And then, the soil will begin to be dropped. In some instances, they'll put some leaves as well, just to as part of the ritual, and then is then covered. So that's how they are laying him now, as you can see.
All right. Close associates, members of his family, all ably assisted by Vice President Kashim Shettima, former governor of Zamfara State, Abdulaziz Yari, current governor of Katsina State, Governor Rada, and other dignitaries there. Of course, the former governor of Katsina State is also there. He was also his former speaker, talking about Alhaji Bello Masari, all at the gravesite now to give the former president befitting farewell. You can see some close members of the family, his son, one of his sons right there, just near the gravesite, and this is quite humbling, this final journey that, attests to, the transience of human existence. And no matter how long you stay, it's still a journey compared to how much longer you will be in the hereafter, Doctor.
Yes, it's quite humbling, and we keep drawing lessons. We need to draw lessons. This life, just take it, simply take it as it comes. It's not even worth begrudging anybody. You're holding grudges, you're taking things seriously. You're going to leave this world, and luckily enough, the president, while leaving office, asked for forgiveness from those that he has offended. As a Muslim, I think it was in order, for him to do that, because there is no how you would be in various positions for this long, and then you're finishing your second tenure as president, and you wouldn't have offended people either consciously or subconsciously. And as Muslims, when fellow Muslims die like this, we are all asked to just forgive and forget whatever has happened, and pray for the repose of his soul. Because you to pray that Allah will have mercy on his soul and will grant him Jannah and forgive him all his sins. It's quite humbling, like you said. You see that after all of the positions, all of the awards, all of the accolades, all of this talk about him being an upright person, an honest person, someone that has lived well, which comments were largely positive, which we also say Alhamdulillah for, because it also has a way of clearing the road for you out there with your creator. But you can imagine if he was a terrible leader, the kind of comments would have been getting some people. It wouldn't augur well. So it's a lesson for all of us, really, everyone. Just live life as it is. You see, they are going to put the covering there. After they've laid you saw some wood that they laid, and now they would, cover it before they start, covering up finally with soil.
Dr. Sanusi, you were telling us about the process.
Yes. So once they've laid with, you can see some mats there, local mats. You could use that, or you could use fresh leaves. But in this case, they're using the mats. Immediately that's done, you will notice that they will start, they'll start with wet soil. They'll wet some soil and just place one after the other. And after that, they cover with, dry soil, and that's it.
Okay. Will some prayers be offered after this, or are they done?
Prayers is continuous. We are encouraged to continue to pray for the dead, whether you're just sitting here or you're there. But obviously, since people are gathered there, they will use this occasion to also remind people. The imam there or other scholars there, I'm sure, would do that. Also remind people, do a sermon to remind everybody of the importance of living well, because the inevitability of death, which is sure for everyone, and then just encourage everyone to go on about living honest lives with integrity. And of course, I'm sure they would use the life of the president of the former president as an example. It's a moment that I think, calls for very sober reflection. And the fact that most of our elites are there is also an opportunity to remind them, to be of good behavior and serve the people well. Because at the end of the day, this is where we all end.
It seems as if there's a reluctance, Dr. Kishiju, from some of the associates of the president, at least younger associates of the president, to release him. But the man is on his final journey already with his makeup. I'm seeing Senator Ibikunle Mosu there, also by the graveside, trying to assist while the remains of the former president was being lowered. And as you can see, the dignitaries there, including the chief imam, surrounding the gravesite. At this point, of course, maybe one or two comments will be made. Then, of course, it will be, a farewell for those who have also come to go back to their place. But we've seen one of the sons being consoled there, just behind as they put the soil in there. Yes. Doctor, you may want to come in here.
Yes, as you can see, they are trying to get the soil wet, and they are passing it around, just to place on the mat that was previously used to cover. And after that, that layer of wet soil, then they now do the final covering using normal soil. This process, you see a lot of people rushing to help. Everybody wants to be part of it. Because it's a very, very important part of, the ritual of burying someone. And it is encouraged that every Muslim that can attend the Janaiza prayer, which was the prayer you saw earlier, and also attend the burial, has a lot of reward. It comes with a lot of reward from our creator. So that is why you see everybody's trying to be a part of it.
Is there any protocol involved in terms of those who can actually put the soil?
Well, we usually have experts that are there to help guide, but everybody that is close, that is around, can contribute, and it's not for specific people, to do. Of course, you see, most people there are men, and I think it has something to do with the religion. It's mostly men that bury, the dead, so they're the ones that can, put the soil and support in the final burial rites.
We were looking at live shots of the final moments, of course, as the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, is being laid to rest in his compound in Daura. The process is being aided by his associates, his family, senior family members. Vice President Kashim Shettima is right there, and the governor of Katsina State is also there. We can see the the current governor of Borno State, Professor Umar Babagana Zulum, also there, being part of the process. As Doctor, it seems as if the top layer you were talking about has been concluded, and now...
Yes, so just the final covering with the topsoil.
Is there a particular reason why they are using hand? Is it part of the ritual too?
No, you could use, if there's shovels, you see some people are using shovels, but maybe they don't have enough shovels, so everybody is just trying to be part of it. Everyone wants to be part of it because it's very important, and you get a lot of reward for doing this. Not just because he's the former president. For any Muslim at all, any burial, you are able to attend, to give the last respects and help to facilitate the process of burial. It's considered rewarding, so... And as you can see, the military men are actually, they've cordoned off the place. So you can imagine how many people would have wanted to, of course, we don't want a situation of stampede. So it's important to just cordon off and allow a few people to...
In this case, those doing this do not need to be family members?
No. At all. We're considered as Muslim brothers. So you don't know where the situation of your death and what's going to surround it. But whoever it is, these are the rituals, and, this is what we need to do.
Okay, so, I think most importantly, we also need to acknowledge and recognize the organization that had gone into this final journey for the late president. I think it's been a while indeed that Nigerians experienced this kind of state burial. So I think we should give credit to the incumbent administration for putting this together within a very short period, And I'm very sure this is the first time we are actually burying a president and a military ruler at the same time. I can see the timing, that goes into this, despite the fact that the remains are to be brought in from outside the Nigerian jurisdiction. We see there's a lot of compactness.
Preparation for the firing of the bomb by the firing party. Each program was in preparation for the firing
wannan a zan yi daga gaban amarin nan amma sun fi da ke bayan mu dama za su yi abin da nan ana harkar da akwai daga baya akwai harkar da za a yi muna gudun kamso na ainihin harsashi kada ya fada ma wanda ke tsakiya don a koma gefe dana sa hannu a ba masu shagun hannu da Allah mala saura a koma bayan ba sa hannu yawa ba masu shagun wani tun daga abin aikin okay, right. What we're about to witness is the firing of the rally for the parent party. The parent party commander is taking charge.
After the firing of the bomb, we shall also witness the rebel.
Media, go behind. Media, behind this. Bro. I'm sure I'm talking to you.
All right, so welcome back to the studio. We've been in Katsina and Daura, to be precise, for the past hour, and before then we were at the Katsina International Airport where the family members and dignitaries received the remains of late President Muhammadu Buhari. And that concludes our live telecast of this special program to honor the late departed President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, who served as democratically elected president from 2015 to 2019 and 2019 to 2023. Before then, he was the military head of state, supervising the affairs of the nation from December 31, 1983 to August 1985. Before I go, just a quick word from all my panelists. This has happened. He's come, he's seen, he's to a reasonable extent conquered. Dr. Nia Kinshiju.
I think he conquered. No reasonable extent, yeah. He conquered, and that is where we are gathered here in his honor, in his memory. Well, he's left us on the journey. All of us individually, collectively continue on the journey, and we pray that, of course, we journey into everlasting radiance and to everlasting glory, because that is the end of man. For those of us who believe in life after life, that what we do in this life will lead us onto higher life, in our next life.
Festus Fifen.
Yes, thank you very much. As a strategic and development communication expert, I would say that the government of the day should invest more in communication and making sure that the right narratives are passed out there. Since morning, we have been monitoring how the president landed, all the processes, and the humbling part was how he was buried. I can tell you for free that in the weeks to come, even when some of us believe that it will be temporary, you will see a change in behavior, we see a change in orientation and some of the things. And this is what communication is all about. We have seen it from up there, he has been buried, and that is a message to the rest of us that are waiting, that you either be remembered for the problems you solved or the ones that you created.
Doctor.
Yes, I have lost a father, a great mentor, a perfect example that has molded me over the decades. But I've gained also a higher level of leadership acumen, from his life and passing on. And I'm not mourning anymore. Rather, I'm celebrating his life, his legacies, heretofore.
Dr. Sanusi.
Late General Muhammad Buhari, our beloved president, our father, our mentor, he came, he saw, he conquered, like you said, and he lived a life worthy of emulation, filled with lessons. And even in death, as you can see from how he was buried, you have a lot of lessons for people to learn. Young people like me coming up in public service. And I'll use this opportunity to appeal to the government. They've given him a befitting state burial, but his legacy should linger. And how they can help do this is to help develop a leadership recruitment mechanism for people that can... We want more Buharis. How do we develop more Buharis? So whatever it takes for them to go into that, to use this as a lesson, to develop, have a leadership development mechanism so that we can have more of the Buharis, would go a long way in shaping this country.
Many thanks, gentlemen. Dr. Nia Kinshiju, development expert, Dr. Sanusi Mohammed Ohari, former executive director, Rural Electrification Fund. And of course, we understand that there will be gunshots. Let's take that before we close shop.
We saw the military also come out to also pay their...
All right, so gunshot salute to the president, former president, to bid him farewell. Of course, as we've said so many times during the program, he is... was a military head of state, he was the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Federation, through, of course, as we received his double tenure and endorsement from Nigerians. So, I mean, with that, we've concluded our coverage of the farewell to the former president. I was just signing out my guest, Festus Fifen, Regional News Editor, Ben Television. Thank you for coming. Of course, Dr. Korede Martins, development expert, you've been here since morning. Thank you for coming. And also to our guests and our friends who joined us via Zoom, Comrade Isa Remu, and of course, Senator Itaen, and all who joined us in the course of this broadcast. And for you as well, who spent your holidays watching the Nigerian Television Authority, our signals, as usual, impeccable, giving you the live transmission of what's happened in Katsina and in Daura as Nigeria paid farewell to a former president, leader, and of course, one who stood to defend the country. My name is Musa Ogunfuyi. On behalf of the production crew, thanking you for being a part of this and also telling you that I haven't seen what happened today. Please play your politics for the greater good. Still on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, we'll be bringing to you documentaries dedicated to President Muhammadu Buhari in terms of his life and times and his service to Nigeria. Good evening.